Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he sensed the danger in the 100 talismans array. His face darkened. He raised his hands and 2 elemental powers appeared, spinning left and right. The sky turned into 2 colors as he coldly shouted, "Great pinwheel!" He clasped his hands together, and the surging fire wind entangled together, spewing out a pillar of fire that soared to the sky. Streams of fire light flew around his body, and suddenly burned in all directions. Hu Qi! The divine flames and astral winds swept across the sky, devouring all the talismans and crushing them into pieces under the power of the 2 elements. Boom, boom, boom! As the wind and fire separated, all the talismans exploded, sending balls of terrifying essence force in all directions. Yunxiao's body became unstable under the impact, as if he had lost his form. After a while, he gradually calmed down. His face was cold, and his eyes were cold. "Go!" he shouted as he changed his hand seal. The flames that filled the sky turned into a huge crimson phoenix. Vortexes surged around it as if it was flying with the wind and falling from the 9 heavens. Everyone present was shocked, and their blood was boiling. The phoenix was the head of all birds, symbolizing auspiciousness and giving people a sense of righteousness. On the other hand, the strange blue fish looked ferocious and terrifying, and one could tell at a glance that it was an evil creature. In addition, Yunxiao looked valiant and handsome, while Wuxia was the complete opposite. He was old and had a vulture-like face, making everyone secretly hope that Yunxiao would win and kill the strange fish. What? Wuxia's eyes were filled with extreme horror as he looked at the raging fire flying toward him. He found that Yunxiao had only appeared for a moment, but he was more shocked than he had been in the past few decades. As a top-tier alchemist, he could naturally sense the unusualness of the flames and gales. Not only were they of extremely high quality, but they also seemed to have a spirit of their own, as if they were living by an battleship fish. He stomped his foot on the fish's back. The strange blue fish's stomach rumbled and it spat out a bubble from its mouth. The bubble instantly expanded to several acres in size and covered itself. A large amount of green liquid gushed out of the bubble, filling up the entire space. Boom! The divine fire squall, which had taken the form of a phoenix, struck the bubble and spread out in an instant, engulfing the entire bubble. When the people in the city looked over, it was like a huge fireball in the sky, covering an area of several acres. The huge heat caused the temperature of the entire city to suddenly rise. Bang! The bubble finally could not withstand the burning and burst open. The green water also splashed in all directions. Before it fell, it turned into water vapor and evaporated completely. The sky was covered in a dense blue mist. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and said, "Scatter!" An astral wind whirled below, blowing away all the mist in an instant and restoring the clear and bright sky. In the vast sky, the strange fish and Wuxia had disappeared. "Are you dead?" Countless martial artists below were greatly shocked, and a thought appeared in their minds. With the strange fish and the old man's terrifying strength, they shouldn't have died just like that, right? However, the divine flames and astral winds were truly terrifying. They could feel a deep sense of suppression from 10,000 meters down, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration even if they were burned to ashes. Qin Shi and Lu Xian looked at each other in shock and said with difficulty, "Greater teleportation!" Just as everyone was having wild thoughts, a shadow suddenly appeared in the clear sky, covering Yunxiao like a dark cloud. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked up and saw the black shadow in the sky flying down at an extremely fast speed. Like a meteorite, the shape of the black shadow also slowly appeared. It was actually a giant beast's foot that was half an acre in size. It stomped down like a mountain. Countless runes appeared on his feet and suddenly flew out. They rotated around him like a nebula. The ground 10,000 meters below them collapsed with a boom from the pressure of the aura, leaving a huge footprint. The entire city trembled under the power of this kick, and a large number of buildings collapsed. Yunxiao looked up in horror and saw a swish character written in the ancient script of Dajuan under the footprint, shining with a golden light. The air under his feet was instantly compressed to the extreme and exploded layer by layer. His body also felt suppressed. The surrounding space was completely shackled, and he could not teleport away. This is Ing Luo. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face was filled with shock. The footprint was getting closer and closer, and he didn't have time to think anymore. His entire body glowed with a golden light, and his skin instantly turned a brilliant gold. On his skin, many demonic patterns condensed. Then, his left hand formed a seal, and the devil sky silk appeared. Countless devil patterns emerged. With a flash of sword radiance in his right hand, the Star Destroyer sword appeared in his hand. A sword will spread out and sword talismans filled the sky. As if he had recognized the giant foot, Xianxia no longer dared to hold back. He raised his aura to the peak and kept accumulating his sword force. The wind and clouds surged in the entire sky, and it instantly became heavy and oppressive. In an unremarkable tea house at the edge of the city, two men were sitting by the window, drinking tea and watching the battle. One of them was dressed in red, with profound cloud sleeves and a jade ring on his slender and beautiful fingers. He was concentrating on brewing tea. His movements were elegant and beautiful, giving people a pleasant feeling. As the tea fragrance turned into water vapor, it was refreshing. Although the distant sky was constantly shaking, the mortal world seemed to be not affected much. Most of them thought it was some kind of celestial phenomenon, such as thunder and rain. They could not see it anyway. However, there were also many cultivators gathered in the tea house, all of them squeezed in front of the railing, not daring to breathe loudly as they looked into the distance. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, not in the mood to drink tea at all. Xiao Zhao's hand suddenly trembled slightly, and the tea lid hit the bowl, making a ka sound. Some tea spilled out, immediately soaking the exquisite Nanmu tea table. The person opposite him was extremely thin and tall. His hair had already turned white, and the color of his long green robe had faded away. His big, simple face appeared rather dull. The only bright spot was his pair of eyes. His eyes were bright, and at this moment, his pupils flickered with a look of shock. The two of them looked at each other and saw the solemnness and shock in each other's eyes. The tea on the table was flipped over, and he no longer had the mood to taste it as he looked into the distance. This is Gu Feiyang's sword technique, the star-destroying Kasaya. Xiao Xiao stood up and looked out of the window into the distance. She muttered to herself in a daze. The Star Destroyer sword is indeed in his hands, and the rumor that he is related to Gu Feiyang is most likely true. High up in the sky in the distance, Xianxia circulated his sword force to the extreme, and countless sword runes gathered from all directions, which he then used to slash at the Kuan's foot. Sword technique star destruction. Boom! An unparalleled sword light shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The entire city and the sky trembled violently. The huge foot stepped on the sword light, and the terrifying symbols exploded. The spirit pressure shattered inch by inch, splashing in all directions. A tremor came from the planet Annihilation. Bang bang! Several loud explosions rang out, and Yunxiao's body trembled. The power of his sword technique suddenly crumbled under the giant foot, and a boundless pressure fell from the sky, breaking through layers of sword intent and defense. In his shock, he activated his imperishable golden body to the extreme, and demonic chi gushed out, condensing into a fist and punching out. Boom! The giant foot finally landed and stepped on his fist, pressing down without any suspense, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Yunxiao was stomped down from the sky and slammed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the middle of the city had completely collapsed. Boundless power swept out in all directions, destroying all the buildings and turning the city into a piece of scorched earth. Thick smoke billowed into the sky and filled the sky above the city, turning it into a hazy world. So powerful. It's indeed the feat of Di Ting. Inside the tea house, Xiao Xiao felt the incoming elemental energy fluctuation, and her face revealed a shocked expression. The wooden man's name was Huanmia. His eyes were also filled with shock as he said in a deep voice, "The claw of the netherworld, the feet of Di Ting." This crazy Jia collected all kinds of powerful foreign body parts and grafted them onto his body. Everyone thought that his brain was damaged, but who would have thought that he was so powerful? The expression on Xiao Zhao's face kept changing. Finally, she smiled and said, "He's really trying to find a way out. If he wants to achieve the strongest physical body, apart from the 1 in 10,000 talent and luck, he can only take an unconventional path. To be honest, don't you envy this power? Don't you desire it? Even if I desire it, I won't let myself become a human," Xianxia said coldly. "These mutated limbs definitely have extremely powerful attributes, and the backlash won't be low. Refining and fusing them all will be even harder than directly cultivating to become a saint. You can't find a second person in this world who has sanctified his physical body, other than Ao Chongkong. If he can become someone who's only below 1 person and above 10,000 people, becoming someone who's neither human nor demon, it'll be worth it." Xiao Xiao chuckled and added after a pause, "Besides, these alchemists are a bunch of lunatics." Xianxia's eyes were uncertain as he looked out the window with some worry. Did crazy hero kill Yunxiao? "Don't worry," Xiao Xiao said with a smile. "If Yunxiao could die so easily, he would have been dead a long time ago. From the information Lord Wei Qing gave us, I'm worried that Yunxiao will kill Mad Hero. If that's the case, then this trip will be much easier," Xianxia said. The expression on his face relaxed. He wanted to pick up the tea and drink it, but found that it had been knocked over, so he could only give up. I didn't expect them to fight either," Xiao Xiao laughed. "It's best if both sides suffer heavy losses and we can benefit from it." "Yes, I hope Yunxiao can hold on for a little longer," Xianxia nodded. "Otherwise, with this madman's strength, it will take a lot of effort to take care of him." Xiao Zhao's expression turned cold. "It's only a matter of time before this madman dies," she said coldly. "Even if Lord Wei Qing doesn't send us, we'll still die as long as we send his news to the Sea of Soul Formation. It's just that there are many secrets on the mountain, so we can only do it ourselves. It's a pity that this Li Yunxiao is really an unprecedented genius." Xianxia looked tired. "I hope Lord Wei Qing won't kill him." "Let's not speculate about your matters, sir," he said. "We'll just do our part. If Yunxiao is allowed to grow in the end, it might not be a good thing for the entire heavenly martial realm." The conversation between the two was not concealed at all, so the other martial artists in the tea house also heard it clearly, and their faces all changed slightly. Many people seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly left with their heads lowered. They had just stepped into the tea house when they encountered an invisible force that they could not cross. The entire building had turned into a cage that only allowed entry but not exit. "What's going on with Ingluo? Who placed the restriction? What do you want to do?" A few warriors cried out in alarm. They all glared at Xiao Xiao and her companion with fear in their eyes. Xiao Xiao sneered and said, "Since you've heard our conversation, I won't let you leave. There's no need to be too afraid. Everyone has died since ancient times, so let's relax a little." What nonsense are you talking about?" A martial artist glared at him and shouted as he drew his blade and slashed at him. Bang! Xiao Xiao flicked her finger, and the saber was broken and the warrior died. The warrior and the saber exploded into powder. Then he smiled and raised his finger. A force spun at the tip of his finger, and the whole tea house seemed to fall into an inexplicable space. Everyone was shocked. "Sir, please spare me. I didn't hear anything. Please let me go. I was born deaf. I can't even hear thunder. Please spare my life. My lord." Everyone was terrified and begged for mercy. However, after a while, they all disappeared. The entire tea house was filled with dead bodies. They looked very peaceful and had no wounds. After Xiao Xiao finished doing all this, she slapped her head in frustration and shouted, "Aya, I've also killed the waiter. There's no one to pour tea for me." "Why are you still drinking tea?" Xianxia said coldly. "It's more important to get down to business. Kill this person and leave." His gaze fell on another table in front of the railing. A man in green was focused on making tea, as if he was not paying attention to the outside world. The man had a sword at his waist, his face was elegant, and his posture of brewing tea was very skilled. The three of them were the only ones left in the tea house. "This man isn't easy to kill," Xiao laughed. "Hey, friend, which gang are you from?" The green-robed man took a sip from his cup and slowly put it down. He then said slowly, "So Wuxia has been hiding for so many years, all because of Wei Qing's protection. But why did Wei Qing want to kill him? Could it be that he's no longer of any value?" Xiao and Huanmie looked at each other. Xiao chuckled and walked toward the young man. "You look unfamiliar. Do you know my lord?" "I don't know him," the green-robed man replied indifferently. "You don't know him?" Xiao was stunned for a moment and laughed. "You're lying. I see that you're quite close to Mad Hero. Could it be that you were good friends from many years ago? You have to know that we've recorded every single person that Crazy Jie has seen while he's been hiding in the mountain all these years. I'm familiar with Wuxia, but I can't say that I know him," the green-robed man replied. "Oh. Then why did he get so excited after you talked to him for a short while?" Xiao asked unhurriedly. "He immediately captured that woman and the Sea Tribe kid." The green-robed man's body trembled slightly. His eyes shot out rays of sharp light as he said in a cold voice, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It's Wuxia's own business to capture people. What does it have to do with me? If you speak nonsense, you will die. Haha. Look at how scared you are." Xiao was suddenly interested. She blinked her eyes and said, "Yes." This sentence revealed two pieces of information. First of all, that woman and that marine race brat must have an extraordinary background. Crazy Jie is only interested in strange and powerful creatures, and these creatures are all kings of the sea. For him to capture people like this, that woman and that marine race brat must have extraordinary identities. The second is that you know the identity of those two people and want to use Crazy Jie's hands to catch them, but you're afraid that others will know that it was you who did it. This further proves that the two of them are not simple. Xiao saw that the man's face was getting uglier and uglier. She laughed complacently and said, "Don't deny it. We saw your interaction with Feng Zijie very clearly. Although we don't know what you two talked about, it must be related to the identity of those two people. Can you tell us? I'm really curious. So curious that my heart itches." The green-robed man's expression was extremely gloomy. His left hand was holding the hilt of his sword, and circles of origin power fluctuations rippled out from his body. It was as if he wanted to silence them, but he didn't have the confidence to kill the two people. "What are you waiting for? Just cripple him and slowly interrogate him," Huanmie said impatiently. "Humph." The green-robed man snorted coldly, as if he was extremely disdainful. He stood up from the table and said, "I'll let the two of you go today. I hope you can leave the Red Moon City alive." He took a step forward and was about to leave. "Hey, friend, are you telling a joke?" Xiao squinted her eyes and smiled. "We've already decided to kill you. You still want to leave?" He stepped sideways and blocked the man in green. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the man. The green-robed man was unmoved. He put two fingers together and placed them between his eyebrows. Sky Feather Wind Chant. The light between his brows spun and a vast power spread out. The surrounding space reversed and was suspended upside down. A spiritual attack. Xiao's face changed, and she said in surprise, "You're also an alchemist?" "Huanmie, hurry up and attack." He suddenly put his hands together and pushed forward with increasing force. In his shock, Huanmie suddenly disappeared from his spot. A red light appeared out of thin air and slashed down with unusual sharpness. Clang! The green-robed man suddenly drew his sword, and a sharp, cold light flashed in the tea house. The entire space seemed to have turned into a huge black hole, with only countless white feathers floating inside, giving off an endless sense of desolation. Wailing sword rain wind evil tune. The cold sword cut through the darkness, creating countless sword shadows. It was accompanied by an unusually strong spiritual power, and white feathers flew. "Peak 9-star power," Huanmie exclaimed. The green-robed man's face was cold, and his eyes were as clear as water. His entire figure slowly faded in this world, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing into thin air. Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie's joint attack was directed at an unknown place. Not a single table or chair was destroyed in the entire tea house, but only a rustling sound was heard. It was just that the entire space was reversed. The original dome was slanted in the middle of the building, the door had moved to the wall, a few windows were directly stuck to the ground, and some tables had been randomly assembled. It was as if space had been broken into countless fragments and then randomly pieced together. Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie's faces were as ugly as they could be. They gritted their teeth and didn't say a word, their faces turning pale. "This is troublesome," Huan Mie said coldly. "I thought it would be easy, but it turned out to be a troublesome fellow. It's all our fault for being too careless and overconfident. The matter of Lord Wei Qing must not be leaked out." Xiao Zhao's expression also changed several times. Finally, she revealed a cold smile and said, "There are countless experts in the world, but we are not to be trifled with. I've already left a wisp of purple star immortal fragrance on him just now. Let's see where he can escape to." "Really?" Huan Mie was overjoyed. "That purple star immortal incense is colorless and odorless, so it's impossible to discover it. Why don't you hurry up and chase after it?" Xiao Xiao nodded and took out a round crystal ball with a flip of her hand. It was covered with runes. He cast a few incantation seals into the ball and crushed it. With a bang, an earth-shaking roar was heard. It turned into the shadow of a bird in the sky, flapping its wings with a poochie-poochie sound. Its eyes were like torches as it stared at Xiao Xiao in anger. Xiao Xiao said coldly, "Behave yourself in front of me. Someone just escaped from here and has the purple star immortal incense I planted on him. If you bring me to find this person, I'll return your freedom." The bird shadow was overjoyed and flew around in the air a few times, chirping. Then, it flapped its wings and spat out a ray of green light, which split the space like a sharp blade. Suddenly, a black crack appeared in the tea house and turned into the size of a millstone. The bird was instantly sucked into it. All the tables and stone materials in the tea house were instantly sucked into pieces, flying over. Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie stepped into it and followed the bird shadow. Only then did the black tunnel slowly dissipate, and the entire tea house disappeared without a trace. In the middle of a commercial street, a blank space appeared out of nowhere. However, the damage that Fengling City had suffered was too great. The people in the city were fleeing in all directions in panic. The area where the teleportation formation was located was filled with people. All the guards of the Liu family were deployed to block everyone outside the teleportation area, not allowing anyone to step in. This immediately caused all kinds of friction and conflicts, and the chaos continued to expand. Fortunately, the Liu family and the other great families were powerful enough to exert enough pressure on these ordinary martial artists and mortals. After killing some martial honors and low-level martial supremes, no one dared to act rashly anymore. More people knew that the teleportation was hopeless, so they swarmed out of the 4 city gates like a black mass of ants. Lu Ziyuan's heart continued to sink. He knew that the entire Fengling city was most likely finished. At this moment, the giant foot had long since disappeared from the sky. After the dust and haze dispersed, Qiu Mujia's figure appeared in the sky. However, he was panting heavily and his face was pale. A terrifying black force kept appearing on his body, crackling like lightning. It kept attacking his body as if he was suffering the backlash of Truth Listener's foot. Especially his right leg, which was covered with runes that were flashing non-stop. It was still trembling violently, and circles of black force were surging out from it. True Spirit Dieting was one of the top few experts in ancient times. It was unknown where Qiu Mujia had gotten such a complete leg from and grafted it onto his body. Dead. Qin Shi and the group of sect masters all looked pale and asked with difficulty. Lu Ziyuan shook his head. He was also completely clueless. The battle between the two had already completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge. At this moment, he could not tell who he hoped would win or lose. Perhaps he even hoped that Xianxia would die. After all, he had a grudge against him, and with such terrifying strength and talent, the entire Lu family would have no place to stand once he took revenge. Under Di Ting's foot, all the buildings within a radius of hundreds of acres were destroyed and turned into ruins. Right below Wuxia was a huge black pit, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and there wasn't even the slightest sound. After Wuxia panted for a while, his eyes gradually turned demonic as he looked down. With his eyesight, he naturally discovered that there was no one in the pit. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his face became extremely gloomy. The power of the kick just now had greatly damaged his vital qi and body. Although he didn't expect to kill the other party, he should at least be seriously injured. But now it seemed that it was far from what he had expected. He immediately became alert and carefully observed his surroundings. Pa! A green light suddenly flashed in the sky, and a bolt of lightning streaked across. In an instant, Xianxia appeared above Wuxia, his body covered in blood and his face cold. With boundless killing intent in his eyes, his entire body instantly turned into lightning, and the lightning in the sky dispersed. This young master has roamed the world for many years, and even in death, I have never been stepped on by anyone. If I don't blast you into pieces today, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Xianxia was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. He raised the heavenly hammer high with one hand, and a large area of thunder surged out as countless thunderbolts between heaven and earth gathered. The entire sky instantly turned into a sea of lightning that spread out to the 4 ends of the universe, forming a world of its own. Wuxia was greatly shocked as he looked at Xianxia, who had almost become one with the lightning. At this moment, a pair of eyes that looked like golden lamps appeared in the sea of lightning, emitting a fierce light. Then the entire body of the strange blue fish appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out an extremely sharp bolt of lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning shot into the sea of lightning and struck at Xianxia. What a joke! In this world, I am the god of thunder. Xianxiao's eyes widened in anger as his left hand transformed into a huge thunderbolt and grabbed the thunderbolt in the air. With a clench of his hand, the thunderbolt was annihilated and absorbed into his body, turning into nourishment. I'll chop you into pieces after I'm done with this madman. Xianxia glared at the strange fish, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The thunderbolts on the heavenly hammer were condensed to the limit, flashing with terrifying electric arcs that looked like azure dragons swimming in the sky. Wuxia, go to hell for this young master. I've been struck by lightning. The hammer smashed down, and countless bolts of lightning spewed out, turning into a huge pillar that pierced through the sky and earth. The might of the heavens and earth was like the descent of a lightning tribulation. Under the might of the lightning, Wuxia was completely confined, making it impossible for him to even teleport. Every single movement of his body was extremely difficult. His face was filled with horror, and cold sweat kept bursting out of his forehead. His hands quickly formed a seal, leaving many afterimages in front of him, and countless black runes surged behind him. Wuxia's face suddenly contorted as if he was in extreme pain. 2 lines of blood suddenly shot out from his back, and his shoulder blades jutted out. Pa! A black light suddenly appeared and a pair of huge black wings appeared behind him. They spread out and covered the sky. Poochie! As the wings flapped, countless black runes appeared and circled in the air. The spatial power that was shackling his body was instantly reduced. Feather of the Dark Lake! Wuxia roared loudly and forcefully waved his hand. The countless black patterns disappeared one by one as he broke through the suppression of the Thunderworld's power and instantly charged out. Boom! The endless lightning struck down and landed in the city. Boom, boom, boom! The ground was instantly shattered, and the terrifying lightning energy turned into waves that spread in all directions. The ruins that had been shaken out by Truth Listener's foot had more than doubled in size. Dust and dirt flew as if it was the end of the world. The martial artists who were still in the city felt their bodies turn cold, and cold sweat poured down their foreheads like rain. If they were hit by such terrifying lightning energy, they would be crippled if not dead. Lu Ziyuan's face was also pale and his heart was anxious. He had already sent a video of everything that happened in Fengling City to Red Moon City. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the experts from Red Moon City to come and save the situation. Pai Li Pa La. The entire world was filled with lightning and flashing electric arcs. After the all-out attack, the thunderclouds in the sky became much thinner. The energy of the thunder field above the entire city also gradually weakened, and the green world became much paler. Qiu Mujie's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He felt his throat go dry as he gazed at the apocalyptic scene in the city. Yunxiao's face was cold, and it seemed that after venting his anger had gradually subsided, and his eyes were slowly regaining their calm. However, the killing intent on his face did not decrease in the slightest. He directly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Qiu Mujie. Peepa! A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. The power of the lightning was not great, but its speed was several times faster than the 5 lightning strikes from before. Qiu Mujie's expression changed. With a slight flap of his wings, the runes on his black feathers flashed, and he instantly teleported away. In the next moment, he reappeared 1,000 feet away. My feather of the dark swamp has an extremely powerful spatial ability. With my powerful mental energy, no one in the world can hurt me. Qiu Mujie was pleased with himself and revealed a proud expression. Yunxiao did not say a word, but flicked his fingers repeatedly. The thunderclouds in the sky kept surging, with countless thunderbolts rolling inside, as if there was a dragon inside, stirring up wind and waves. All of a sudden, the heavens and earth sank as countless rays of light emerged from the thunderclouds, turning into bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. Lightning ring storm. At Yunxiao's shout, a huge lightning star ring appeared in the sky, hundreds of acres in size, with an ancient green character of Maha flashing inside. Then, lightning fell from the sky like rain, striking the ground. Qiu Mujie fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air as his entire body shivered. This kind of wide-range, indiscriminate attack, although the power was not strong, it was really impossible for him to escape. He suddenly flapped his wings, and black patterns surged out. Spatial power constantly appeared, and his figure shuttled through the sky full of lightning. However, the lightning rain was too dense, and it was impossible to dodge. Qiu Mujie roared several times in shock and fury before finally going berserk. His vicious claws appeared once more and shattered the descending lightning bolts. Instantly, lightning sparks flew everywhere, and he was surrounded by all kinds of violent forces. Below, Lu Ziyuan and the others were watching in fear. Under such a terrifying might, half of Fengling City would probably be finished. All of a sudden, the eyes of the strange green fish floating in the sky suddenly widened. Golden light flickered from its eyes, and the eagle claws under its belly suddenly expanded. The fat fish's body shrank and became several times thinner. Then, it leaped into the air and swooped down like an eagle, trying to grab Yunxiao. At this moment, Qiu Mujie's face was extremely gloomy. He kept scattering the thunderbolts with his ominous claws while flapping his wings desperately to rush toward Yunxiao. With a mocking look on his face, Yunxiao changed his hand seals, and the thunder in the sky suddenly eased up. A white light spun in his left hand, turning into the Heaven Light sword box. Clang! With a point of his finger, countless northern heaven's cold star swords shot out and slashed toward Qiu Mujie. The 24 swords turned into a huge sword array, which was full of sword talismans flying around, and the cold air was threatening. Qiu Mujie's heart jolted as a wave of sharp sword chi rushed toward him. He hurriedly brandished his claws and scattered the sword chi. The power of the sword formation seemed to have just been activated. An even more terrifying sword momentum evolved into thousands of layers, overlapping each other and falling endlessly. He suddenly retracted the feather of the black swamp, and a defensive barrier suddenly spread out. He stared at the sword formation vigilantly. A strange color appeared in his eyes. They were not human eyes at all. He began to carefully observe the weakness of this formation. As soon as the 24 swords were unleashed, the Heaven Light sword box disappeared in Xianxiao's hand. Unhurriedly, he formed a dragon-shaped seal with his hands and grabbed at the strange blue fish that was swooping down. Ka! As the four claws collided, a golden light burst out. Xianxiao suddenly grabbed the hands of the strange blue fish. His entire body was dragged several hundred meters by the downward momentum before he suddenly stomped back in the air. Bang, 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 bang. A series of air explosions occurred, stabilizing his lost body. Hey! He chuckled, and muffled explosions kept coming from his body. The muscles all over his body swelled up, and a terrifying power surged out. Furthermore, the immemorial astral wind whistled and opened from his body. Rise! Xianxiao roared. With the help of the strong wind, he instantly dragged the strange blue fish and spun it in the sky. Hoo 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 hoo. The spinning force was getting faster and faster, and the strange blue fish was forced out of countless shadows. It was almost impossible to see its real body. Oh my god, Ingluo! The cultivators who were still watching the battle in Fengling City were all dumbfounded. The sound of them swallowing their saliva could be heard as they were all terrified. To toy with a strange fish that looked like a battleship, what kind of strength was needed to do this? In fact, they had all overestimated Xianxiao's strength. It was only with a clever use of strength and the help of the astral wind that they managed to spin the warship. What? Not far away, Qiu Mujia's entire body was also trembling violently. His eyes were so shocked that they were about to fall out, and his mouth was wide open as he was completely petrified. It was not until several long swords came slashing at him that he woke up with a quiver and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, what shocked him was that although the sword formation was incomplete, it was flawless and ever-changing. The only way to break it was to use force. Qiu Mujia roared several times as a vicious glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly clenched his fists and his body emitted explosive sounds as it underwent a continuous transformation. His entire body swelled up in an instant, as if it was filled with air, becoming abnormally burly. His body was like steel, shining with a luster and looking incomparably sturdy. His arms, which had grown several times thicker, were covered in golden fur. There were also countless runes imprinted on them, and all kinds of strange characters flew out from his arms. They were difficult to read. Two big furry hands grabbed at the void in front of them. Suddenly, the air trembled violently, and an extremely strong power of tool accumulation spread out. Under the flash of white light, a thick and wide padao appeared in an instant. It was completely white and did not seem to be made of metal. On it, there was an entire pattern array. Qiu Mujia's expression was blazing as his hairy hands gripped the large saber. With a loud roar, he suddenly slashed down. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out, and the image of a huge elephant-like creature appeared. His two fangs were transparent and flawless. The material of this padao was the same as the ivory. It was obviously made of it. The elephant raised its head and howled several times. With its fangs raised, it charged at the sword formation. Boom! The elephant shadow shattered instantly, turning into countless blade lights that shot out and scattered the millionth sword illustration. Qiu Mujia was overjoyed. Just as he was about to laugh wildly, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. His eyes almost popped out as he roared, "Stupid fish! Feather transformation!" The huge shadow that was flying toward them was none other than the warship, Xianxia. Xianxiao threw it out and smashed it at Qiu Mujia like a weapon. The battleship fish's body kept rolling in the air. As if it had heard Qiu Mujia's voice, it suddenly flapped its tail a few times, and dozens of pairs of wings grew out of its body and flapped at the same time. Endless wind power surged, and the huge fish body suddenly stopped and hung in the air. Xianxiao's face darkened. The dozens of pairs of wings were of different sizes and shapes, like fish scales all over their bodies. It seemed that they were the wings of dozens of different kinds of birds. There were also a few pairs of thin wings on it, clearly the wings of an insect. However, the similarity was that each pair of wings exuded a powerful wind-type force, forming tiny tornadoes. When they flapped at the same time, they were extremely powerful. Wuxia landed on the back of the fish and shouted, "Scale transformation!" Runes surged on the battleship fish's body, and all of its strangely shaped scales suddenly stood up, reflecting the sunlight to the point of being blinding. Yunxiao's eyes stung, and he narrowed his eyes as he saw the scales flying in the sky, shooting toward him like thousands of blades. The entire sky was filled with clanging sounds as countless scales were dragged in the air. The scales were connected from head to tail like an iron chain. They formed a spiral column around him and suddenly contracted towards the center, crushing the space into pieces. Yunxiao was taken aback. Wherever the scales passed, the sky was filled with terrifying spatial cracks, which looked like countless blades. His face darkened, and he formed a seal with both hands, transforming into a three-headed and six-armed transcendence golden body. His 6 arms clenched tightly, and he roared in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! The space was instantly deformed. The countless sharp scales were cut off and shaken off by the fist wind. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden fist shadows and colorful scales. It was a beautiful scene, but it was filled with endless horror. Wuxia's eyes were filled with shock, and his expression immediately sank. He suddenly rushed up from the battleship, raised his padao high with his hairy golden arm, and slashed down. A crack that was a few thousand feet long appeared in the sky, and the entire world was split into two. Yunxiao glanced at it in a hurry. In his horror, he clenched his fist in the air, and a cold sword of ice appeared on one of his arms. With a sword incantation, he thrust it forward. Bang! As the scales flew all over the sky, the weapons of the two men collided with each other. The infinite power of the collision wreaked havoc in the sky and rolled away the scales. Yunxiao felt his arm go numb, and he almost lost all feeling. Not only that, as the huge force suppressed him, he felt his qi and blood spurting out. He was sent flying back hundreds of meters in the air before he could stop himself. He didn't know what Wuxia's 2 furry arms were, but they completely surpassed him in strength. The sword was jolted up with rays of blue light, and countless ice crystals instantly evaporated. The countless flying scales that had been swept away by the impact force condensed again and sprinkled like raindrops, surrounding Yunxiao and killing him in the spinning. The strange blue fish seemed to realize that these flying scales were of no use, so it swam away and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was directly above Yunxiao. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless bubbles as it fell from the sky. The bubbles didn't break under the cutting of the countless space cracks. Instead, they stuck to each other and bunched together like grapes, increasing in number. The bubbles soon covered the sky and sun, wrapping Yunxiao and all the scales. Gulu gulu. He didn't know what these bubbles were for, but the strange blue fish seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, and a strange sound came from its stomach. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a circle of poisonous smoke. He sprayed it down and it seeped into the bubbles, instantly becoming colorful. The bubble was transparent, and Yunxiao's horror and busy dealing with the fish scales could be seen in it, and there were no blind spots. Wuxia's eyes turned cold and he raised his padao again. As if he had found the right opportunity, he suddenly rushed over and slashed at the bubble. Suddenly, there was a loud boom as the bubbles were torn apart by a pair of pitch-black hands. A black shadow appeared and turned into a giant spirit in the sky. The true fiend Dharma idol grew to a height of 300 meters in an instant. It grabbed a shadow of a black saber and slashed at the battleship fish. His other hand formed a seal, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Demonic essence condensed into a ring that surged in the surroundings. The 3-faced Dharma Laksana looked ferocious. With a clap of its hands, a black vortex formed in front of it. The shadows of the 6 paths of demonic weapons flickered within, floating up and down. Wuxia's heart trembled. He seemed to have sensed that the black nebula was not simple. His entire body came to a stop and he hurriedly retreated. "You want to leave? Come back here." Suddenly, one of Yunxiao's arms turned into a thunderbolt and grew larger as he grabbed out at lightning speed. "Get lost!" Qiu Mujie let out a furious roar and slashed his padao in the air, cutting open the huge thunderous hand and teleporting away. He had just stabilized his body when he looked up in shock. He saw the black nebula in the sky crashing down. Star Jade explosion. A terrifying force instantly struck down. Qiu Mujie's body trembled violently, and the black feathers on his back spread open with a bang. They were several dozen zhang long, and they blotted out the sun. Countless balls of light suddenly appeared on the black feathers. The balls of light suddenly opened and were actually thousands of eyes, all emitting a strange light. What? Yunxiao was taken aback and felt his blood run cold. He was no stranger to the hundreds of eyes, all of which were the heavenly eyes of the primordial era. The heaven's eye in his glabella was originally seized from Gu Yuesheng. He also knew that Qiu Mujie had found an ancient heaven's eye cemetery, but he didn't expect that Qiu Mujie would use all of his eyes. The hundreds of immemorial heaven's eyes emitted a demonic light, and the entire space rotated upside down. The power of the star jade explosion was instantly torn apart and dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Yunxiao felt his scalp tingle. The power of the 100 heaven's eyes had produced the same effect as the divine skill he had used with the moon pupil. Qiu Mujie's expression had also become extremely unsightly as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his face. Moreover, his eyes were also a strange brown color. He didn't know what kind of eyes they were, but they also possessed an extremely powerful force and were constantly flickering. Those several 100 feet long black feathers trembled slightly. Qiu Mujie's body was also trembling intensely. It was as if controlling so many eyes at once had exhausted his elemental energy. The moment the star jade explosion disappeared, Qiu Mujie's eyes flickered with a strange force, and he suddenly flapped his black pool feathers, causing countless eyes to look at Yunxiao. Yunxiao shuddered, not because of how strong the power of the eyes was, but because he felt his blood run cold and his body was covered in goosebumps. He felt cold all over, and his stomach was churning. At the same time, the boundless spiritual energy emitted from the eye continuously attacked his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark, and Qiu Mujie and his black pool feathers disappeared. It was only then that Yunxiao woke up from the extreme disgust. He was bitten by the strange blue fish, and then a huge swallowing force came and shook him into his stomach. Ha ha ha! Qiu Mujie suddenly laughed and praised, "Battleship fish, well done!" All the strange signs on his body instantly retracted, and his entire face was so pale that it was almost transparent. There was no sign of the battleship fish in the sky. It was pitch black, and 2 golden fish eyes slowly lit up. Then its entire body gradually emerged. Ha ha! Your stomach is a space that I've refined using metal spiritual qi. No matter how strong that kid's magical ability was, no matter how sharp his profound weapon was, he would not be able to escape. After I go to Red Moon City and capture Li Yunxiao, I'll go back to Yuba Mountain and dissect this kid inch by inch. He did not know that the man who had been fighting with him for so long was Yunxiao. After mumbling a few words, he jumped onto the warship fish and commanded it to head toward the teleportation zone. The martial artists in the city did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were all drenched in sweat, and there was a common question in their minds. Has it ended? Lu Ziyuan looked at the basically destroyed city. He even wanted to die and wanted to cry but had no tears. But fortunately, Yunxiao was basically finished. Gulu gulu! After swimming for a few 100 meters, the battleship suddenly stopped, and all kinds of sounds came from its stomach. What? Qiu Mujie had consumed a large number of pills, and was currently meditating on the fish's back. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Burp! Burp! The battleship fish opened its mouth and burped. A bulge slowly protruded from its lower belly, growing larger and larger. What? Qiu Mujie seemed to have discovered something and arrived below with a teleport. He looked at the belly in shock. It had already expanded by several meters, as if some hard, profound artifact had pushed it open. It's impossible! Qiu Mujie cried out in shock. This is a space created by the metal spiritual chi. Even a peerless divine weapon can't break it. Boom, boom, boom. As if to slap him in the face, the belly finally burst open after it expanded to the maximum. Tomorrow was Qingming, so the 2 chapters might be updated later. I realized that I'm suffering from a disease that makes me feel uncomfortable when I write one word. There are always 30 days in a month when I don't want to write. The stomach of the battleship fish suddenly exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. A large amount of golden light poured down like a waterfall. The fish kept frothing in its mouth, and its huge tail flapped in the air, causing circles of spiritual pressure to ripple. A green light flashed in the black hole and then turned into Xianxia 1,000 feet away. His face was gloomy, and he seemed to have a lingering fear. Xianxia's mood seemed to have stabilized after he came out, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Wuxia was completely driven mad. He pulled the hair on his head with both hands and roared, "You destroyed my battleship. I'll fight you to the death." His face turned extremely ferocious, and he instantly went berserk. The huge wings of the black swamp suddenly spread open, and fur grew on his arms. The hair on the top of his head stood up and actually turned into countless tentacles. Like an octopus, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, dancing in the air. Then, circles of golden runes spread out from his right foot, which had become wooden and stiff. Like a profound artifact being unsealed, it turned into Truth Listener's foot. Yunxiao's face changed instantly, and he was extremely vigilant. Mujia's condition seemed to have risen from the bottom of his soul, and many of his limbs and organs were still changing. As a 9th-tier alchemist, he naturally understood what kind of balance was needed to fuse so many strange items in his body without suffering any conflict or backlash. Just the few supreme bodies that had appeared before, such as the Truth Listener's feet, the black swamp feathers, the golden ape's arms, the ominous claws, and the thousands of immemorial heaven's eyes, were already a shocking miracle. After Yunxiao fused with the lunar pupil, he had also been affected by the power of the pupil, and for a long time he had become violent and unreasonable. But now, everything Mujia was showing was an existence that could compete with the lunar pupil clan. There was also the green eyes, the strange horn on his forehead, the feelers on his head, the copper nose, the ears of a silver eagle, the body covered in dragon scales, and the long tail of a swan and eye. It was a living assembly of 100 races. Gulp! Yunxiao's face turned pale as he gulped with difficulty. Mujia had completely turned into a monster at this moment, but it seemed that he had not lost his divine sense. He was probably the first person in history to do this. Mujia's body was still transforming, but his strength seemed to have reached its limit. If he continued transforming, he might not be able to control it. He flapped his wings, and the power of space appeared. He instantly appeared above the battleship fish, and Diting's foot stepped on the back of the fish. What does he want to do? Yunxiao was taken aback, not understanding what Mujia meant. With such a kick, the strange blue fish would probably die completely. Could it be that he wanted to end its life personally to prevent it from suffering too much? This thought was quickly eliminated. Although the strange blue fish's belly had exploded, it was still a combination of countless things. Yunxiao had only broken the space in its belly, so he was not seriously injured. Secondly, who knew how many experiments he had done and how many living beings he had killed to make this thing? This madman was definitely not a merciful person. Mujia's face was filled with malevolence as he stomped down. Boom! The Truth Listener's foot stepped directly into the back of the strange blue fish, causing a large amount of blood and flesh to burst out. The entire fish body churned a few times before it calmed down. Following that, a terrifying scene appeared. The lower half of Mujia's body began to slowly fuse with the strange blue fish. Yunxiao shivered when he saw this, and he instantly understood what was going on. This strange green fish wasn't just Mujia's mount or beast. It was also his energy source. When he was at full power, he couldn't control all his limbs and organs with his strength. So he thought of this strange method, which was to fuse himself with the strange blue fish and control the changes in his body by absorbing the power of the blue fish. In other words, the strange green fish was also a part of his body, and it was an important part that supplied a large amount of elemental energy. Genius Xianxia, peerless genius Xianxia, after a brief moment of panic, Yunxiao's eyes shone as he said excitedly, "Legend has it that there's a vicious beast called the centaur. I didn't expect you to turn into a half-mermaid today. To be precise, you're a half-beast fish." "Madman Jie," he praised from the bottom of his heart. "I have to admit that you're the most talented alchemist in the world." Qiu Mujie's entire lower body had completely fused with the strange blue fish, leaving only his demonized upper body. The malevolent expression on his face gradually calmed down, clearly having received a massive power supply to suppress the backlash. The scales on the strange green fish had all fallen off and connected together like before, forming a spiral around its body. The fish was covered with formations of various sizes. The hole on the fish's stomach had also healed naturally, but it had turned white. There was a golden circle on it, and a glittering character was printed on it. The truth listener's foot had clearly become the key to the fusion of the two. With its extremely strong and unbreakable attributes, it was indeed the best medium for the fusion. "Tell me your name. You are the first person in my life who can transform me into my final form." Qiu Mujie became extremely calm. A vicious light flickered in his eyes, but there was also a sense of death. Yunxiao nodded. "I'm honored to see such a great alchemy product. My name is Li Yunxiao." "What? You're Li Yunxiao?" Qiu Mujie's green eyes suddenly contracted and a ghostly light appeared. He immediately said, "No wonder, Zhenjin. No wonder." Zhenjin Yunxiao frowned slightly. Not understanding what he meant, he sighed and said, "No wonder what? I really want to have a good talk with you about the Tao of alchemy." "What a pity! What a pity! A pity!" Qiu Mujie sneered. "Humph. It's a pity that you're going to die soon, and you still want to talk about alchemy. Don't worry. I'll carefully examine your body to see if you have anything worthy of this old man's possession." Yunxiao's face flickered, and he felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by those green eyes. His face was bloodless, but he still forced a smile and said, "Haha, don't worry. If I'm really caught by you, I'll definitely self-destruct. Although your art Tao is extremely impressive, I have no interest in offering myself." "It's not up to you, humph." Qiu Mujie's bull-like nose suddenly harumphed, and a ring of white gas immediately spurted out of his nostrils. The surrounding space instantly distorted, and an extremely powerful sound wave was released at a visible rate. The space seemed to be pushed open by the sound wave, and it kept expanding. Before the sound wave arrived, the power came first. Yunxiao's robe and long hair fluttered under the pressure. His heart was filled with shock. His previous guess had been confirmed. That copper-like nose was the humph beast's. Among the ancient true spirits, there were two extremely strange true spirits. They followed like shadows and never left each other. They were known as the Hong Ha beasts, and they could take people's lives with just 2 words. Although it was ranked very low among the true spirits, it was still in existence in the 10 Directions divine realm, and Yunxiao did not dare to underestimate it. But the humph of the character Lao Ai does not seem to be as powerful as the legends say. Just as he was feeling suspicious, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Not good. Qiu Mujie's sausage-like mouth suddenly opened and a ring of yellow gas was spat out. "Ha!" The sky trembled, and an invisible force emerged, instantly catching up with the sound wave of the humph word. The two combined, and countless transparent runes instantly appeared in the sky, faintly visible in the void. A brutal aura spread over, and the entire sky suddenly shattered. The 4 poles collapsed. The terrifying power destroyed everything as it swept toward Yunxiao. Boom! Yunxiao's figure was instantly ground to pieces by the force, leaving no corpse behind. Qiu Mujie's green eyes flickered and he coldly said, "You want to escape? Fengling City will be the place where your heavenly fate ends." He raised his golden furry arm, grabbed the huge padao, and slashed in the air. A terrifying saber force instantly split the sky apart, and an incomparably huge crack appeared in the air, spreading into the distance with lightning speed. The sky on both sides of the crack continued to collapse, and in response to the astronomical phenomenon, the earth cracked and gullies appeared. Feng Ling City was split in half, and it was almost completely destroyed. Many of the weaker martial artists couldn't even withstand the residual power of the saber intent that came down from the sky, and their bodies directly exploded. Not far away, the space trembled. Yunxiao's escape technique could not withstand the saber power, and he was forced to show himself. His eyes were filled with horror. He immediately transformed into 10,000 lightning bolts and ran into the distance. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and left an afterimage behind. If not, if he was caught by that scoff intent and took such a strike, he would really die here. Now that the situation had changed, it was almost impossible for him to win on his own. Furthermore, his objective for this trip wasn't Xianxia. Furthermore, he had already rescued the water deity and the transformation cultivator from the fish's stomach. He no longer had any intention to continue fighting and quickly fled towards the teleportation array. Xianxia coldly snorted and put away his saber. With a flap of his wings, his massive body disappeared. What? That kind of giant thing can teleport? Yunxiao was taken aback. As soon as he appeared above the teleportation array, an extremely strong spatial power emerged above him. His face sank and he threw something out without a word. As he circulated his spiritual energy, a three-colored radiance flew up, and a divine peak smashed toward that space. Boom! Wherever the tricolor Tusita sky passed, the space was shattered. Xianxia teleported over, but before his body could even appear, he was struck by a boundless force that prevented him from breaking through the air. Impudent! He roared loudly in the void. The golden fur raised its large blade with both arms and slashed down at the mountain. Boom! The saber force shook the mountain peak, and a huge spiritual pressure surged violently, rushing to the sky and earth. Under the backlash, Xianxia's destination was forcibly changed, and he appeared 1,000 feet away from Yunxiao. Yunxiao was horrified. The other party was fine after taking a blow from the tricolored Tushita. Little did he know that Xianxia was even more shocked. He stared at the spinning tricolored peak in disbelief, even forgetting to attack. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes and saw that more than half of the teleportation array below Yunxiao had been destroyed in the battle. He could not help but laugh wildly. "Ha! Let's see how you can escape now." Fortunately, this was the teleportation formation area, and there was usually a strong barrier protecting it. Otherwise, it would have long since been reduced to dust like the other buildings. With a solemn look on his face, Yunxiao took back the mountain. With a flip of his right hand, an array disk slowly flew out, turning into an infinite array light and falling down. This formation plate was densely covered with stars, profound and complex. It was the medium teleportation array disk that the death god 8 elephants had buried outside of New Yen City. He had dug it out and did not expect it to be put to use now. His hands moved quickly, and although the large-scale teleportation formation on the ground had been destroyed, there were still various formation talismans that could be used. They were activated in an instant and merged with the teleportation plate. The light of teleportation bloomed all over the sky. What? Xianxia's green eyes popped out. As a genius alchemist, he naturally noticed that something was wrong. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared again. Soon after, a ray of saber light appeared on the teleportation array disk. Boom! The entire teleportation light was split in half, and a pitch-black spatial passageway appeared. There seemed to be a figure at the end of the passageway, but it disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Xianxia bellowed, his face ashen. With a flap of his wings, the entrance to the passage was immediately pulled apart. Countless runes flashed within the black feathers, and Xianxia's massive body disappeared in the air. The only thing left was the huge space tunnel above Feng Ling City. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Only after a while did some martial artists dare to slowly appear. Lu Ziyuan, Qin Shi, and a group of high-level martial sovereigns emerged one after another. They appeared in front of the passageway and were all extremely frightened. This is the spatial passageway that appeared after the teleportation formation was activated? This is the first time I'm seeing it. Xianxia's face revealed a shocked expression. He felt the terrifying aura in the space and didn't dare to get too close. Lu Xuan looked at the ruins of the city and wanted to cry but had no tears. Won't this passage disappear? Permanently appear here? Who knows? No. Xianxia also shook his head and said, "We have to find an alchemist to ask." A warrior frowned and said, "I have some understanding of space tunnels. It doesn't seem like they will appear in such a stable manner for a long time. Any tunnel that is torn open will either disappear on its own or cause a huge explosion." The explosion! Lu Ziyuan's entire body trembled as he pointed at the unceasingly expanding hole behind him and cried out, "You're saying this thing will explode?" Everyone's heart trembled as a bad premonition welled up in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom! The entrance of the tunnel suddenly exploded, and a huge force spread in all directions, sweeping everyone in. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. Many people were directly sucked into the void and bombarded to death by the terrifying power. Only a few people rushed out with all their might and were sent flying thousands of feet away in order to save their lives. However, everyone felt a lingering fear. They couldn't feel any warmth under the bright sunlight, and their bodies trembled violently. As soon as Yun Shao rushed into the passage, he was immediately attracted by a powerful spatial force and was sent flying thousands of miles away in a flash. He had temporarily used a medium-sized teleportation formation in conjunction with the incomplete talismans of his original formation to open up a passage, but he had no idea where it led to. Suddenly, a bright light came from the front. With his eyesight, he could see it clearly in an instant. It was a battleship. Although it wasn't big, it exuded an exquisite and magnificent aura. This battleship is a Swan Ni. He recognized it immediately. It was the spirit god battleship that belonged to the Soul Formation Sea. Why are there people from the Sea of Soul Formation in front? His mind was filled with thoughts. Although he had some guesses, he could not be sure. However, he was certain that the other party must have teleported to Fengling City from another place. Who's there? Stop! It seemed that someone on that battleship had also discovered him. A cold shout came from it, and all kinds of formations on the battleship suddenly activated, becoming extremely bright, as if it had entered a state of preparation for war. Stop! Yun Shao cried out in shock and anger. Stop your sister. We're in a space tunnel, and if we resist the power of teleportation, we could be swept into the turbulence of space and time at any time. If that's the case, then go to hell. The people on the battleship gave the order without asking what was going on. The attack formation on the battleship was activated, and dozens of light beams shot out. Your sister! Yun Shao was shocked and furious. In a moment of desperation, he said angrily, "If you want me to die, then we'll all die together." He took out the tricolor Tusita Heaven and threw it at the man. This thing was extremely heavy. It didn't even need to hit the battleship. As soon as it was released, the entire space tunnel was distorted and even showed signs of collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. The beams of light hit the Tushita sky directly, and the whole tunnel collapsed instantly. What? Panicked voices came from the battleship. All of a sudden, it was chaotic, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. Steady! Steady! But it was too late. The passage suddenly collapsed, and Yun Shao and the warship were swept into the spatial vortex, which swept them toward a bright spot. Although he could not help himself in the spatial vortex, Yun Shao did not panic. After all, he had the Divine Realm Tablet and Yifan, who had Noah's ship, here. Even if he fell into any predicament, he was confident that he could get out. This was also the reason why he dared to destroy the tunnel without any restraint. Once he was caught in the spatial turbulence, the one who would suffer would definitely be the other party. After an unknown period of time, Yun Shao felt his surroundings light up, and at the same time his body felt lighter. The sweeping force had disappeared. His entire body fell from the sky. He had been thrown out of the spatial turbulence. He straightened his body and stopped his fall, quietly standing in the air and looking around. All he could see was boundless wilderness and hills, which was the typical feature of the eastern region. It seemed that he had not been thrown into another region. Xianxia took out an astrolabe and began to search for his location. It's not far from the Red Moon City, he said in surprise after a while. At this moment, a loud boom came from not far ahead, as if the space was being hit by something. Boom! Boom! The sound rang out a few times before it finally rumbled away. The sky shattered in an instant. The Silver Spirit God battleship rushed out and fell directly to the ground. It plunged down for a few thousand meters before it adjusted the warship and hovered in the air quietly. Fortunately, we opened the space array in time, so nothing happened. A cold voice came from the warship. Little brat, you're in big trouble. The starship quietly stopped in the distance and the formation that blocked divine sense was opened, making it impossible to see what was inside. Xianxia took some medicinal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and his complexion improved slightly. After all, he had consumed too much energy in the battle with Wuxia. If you have something to say, then hurry up and say it. The next words are usually you're dead. No one in the world can save you. I wonder if I'm right. The voice on the battleship. Haha, what an interesting kid. He seems to be quite powerful. Another old voice sounded. Then, a ray of light rose from the warship, like a bright moon on the sea. The void in front of him flickered, and dozens of figures appeared. Xianxia was taken aback. It was not strange that there were dozens of people on the warship, but what was strange was that they were all quite strong. Xianxia. You're Xianxia. Suddenly, a dark-faced elder exclaimed with a shocked expression. Then, his aura condensed and was filled with hostility. Xianxia glanced around and was quite surprised to see that the old man was Fu Yichuan. He had also seen the other two before. They were Zhang Ruoxi and Ruan Yuanwu, who were also members of the Supreme Council in the past. He also recognized two of the remaining people. One of them was Luo Tian, the 9th-tier alchemist who had delivered the skyscraping city on behalf of the Soul Formation Sea to fight against the Sea Tribe when the East Sea was besieged. He had also met another person in Red Moon City, the 9th-tier alchemist Yong Tianyun, who pointed out the 5 suspicious points about him that day. What? Xianxia. In the middle of the crowd, a man with a withered yellow face and high cheekbones had a cold expression. His eyes narrowed as he said, As expected. I didn't recognize you before. I'm really blind. From the sound of the voice, this person was the one who had directly given the order to attack in the passage. He seemed a little unfamiliar. Young Master Xianxia, it's a little sudden for us to meet under such circumstances. Yong Tianyun forced a smile and revealed a helpless expression. Luo Tian also smiled and said, After we parted at the sky-towering city, young master refused to reveal your name. I've already asserted that we'll meet again, as expected. However, I didn't expect that when we met again, young master's name would be known throughout the world. Xianxiao's eyes flickered as he told her his guess. Are you guys going to the Red Moon City to capture that crazy Jia? These masters are here for Mad Hero. But we, the Red Moon City, are here for you. The yellow-faced man was called Lei Ling, and he was one of the vice-sect leaders of the 4 Extremes sect. He sneered, It's really a small world. I can see that you've exhausted a lot of your origin power, so don't put up any resistance. Just surrender obediently. Red Moon City has sent a few pieces of trash like you to catch me? Xianxia sneered. Don't you think you're underestimating me? You coward. They really deserve to die. Lei Ling's expression turned sinister. The elemental energy on his body began to surge, and the corners of his mouth held a cruel sneer. Xianxia sneered disdainfully. This Lei Ling was just an early-stage 9-stars martial emperor, and it seemed that he had just broken through. He was not worth mentioning at all. The estimation of his strength by the Red Moon City was far from enough. Xianxia did not bother to pay attention to the people of Red Moon City, so he just said indifferently, The 2 grandmasters and I can be considered old acquaintances. Although we can't be considered friends, we have met once. Grandmasters, are you going to let the people of Red Moon City capture me? Or are you going to help them? We'll resume the 3rd watch tomorrow. Please vote. Lei Ling spoke first. The lords of the Sea of Soul Formation are naturally of one mind with the Red Moon City. However, there's no need to trouble the lords to catch you. I can just send one person. He turned his eyes to the two people beside him and said, Jiang Ruoshi, Ruan Yuanwu, why don't the two of you capture this person? Jiang Ruoshi and Ruan Yuanwu's faces flashed with displeasure at the same time. They were members of the Supreme Council of the Red Moon City in the past, and even the city lord could not command them. Now, with the passage of time, the elders of the Four Extremes sect in Red Moon City were all more powerful than him. Although the two of them were unhappy, they knew that the situation was stronger than the person. The good days of the past were gone forever. They both stepped out of the ranks and walked toward Yunxiao with cold faces. Yunxiao turned a blind eye to the two, but his eyes lingered on Luo Tian and Yong Tianyun, waiting for their opinions calmly. Luo Tian's expression turned awkward. Although I admire young Master Yunxiao, he said, I can't ruin the relationship between the Sea of Soul Formation and Red Moon City because of my personal preference. Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Master Luo Tian, do you mean that when I kill these scums in Red Moon City, the people in the Sea of Soul Formation will also take action? Luo Tian and Yong Tianyun looked at each other and forced a smile. They didn't know how to answer. In your dreams, Jiang Ruoshi, Ruan Yuanwu, why aren't you attacking? When Lei Ling saw that Yunxiao did not take them seriously at all and felt that he had lost face in front of the masters of the Sea of Soul Formation, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he shouted on the spot. Although Jiang Ruoshi and Ruan Yuanwu were angry at Yunxiao's contempt for them, they were even angrier at Lei Ling for yelling at them. So, they could only vent their anger on Yunxiao with gloomy faces. Die! Jiang Ruoshi's fingers turned into claws as she lunged forward and grabbed at Yunxiao's throat. This kind of move was usually used to deal with existences weaker than oneself. Locking one's body and throat was an extreme self-confidence and contempt for the opponent. Ruan Yuanwu, on the other hand, rose into the air and launched a wind kick at Yunxiao's face. It was an extremely arrogant move. The power under his feet instantly exploded the air, and his footprints condensed in the air, flying over. In their eyes, Yunxiao was just a 7-stars martial emperor. Although his realm had exceeded their expectations, they still did not take him seriously. Therefore, both of them only used 20% to 30% of their strength, which seemed very casual. You're looking for death. Yunxiao's face darkened. Although his strength was greatly weakened at the moment, it was not worth mentioning to him when he was dealing with two peak 8-stars martial sovereigns. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. The sword in his hand flashed, and the cold sword cut through the air with a clang. A sword light swept toward the two of them and turned into two green lotuses, falling slowly. This sword chi is dense. The two of them trembled as a sense of death crept into their hearts. The feeling was so strong that it was real. What's going on? Although the two green lotuses were formed by sword gleams, they were not sharp. Instead, they were soft and seemed to have no power. Not good, quickly dodge. Fu Yichuan's eyes twitched as he shouted from afar. At the same time, his face was filled with shock. His cultivation base had already broken through to the level of a 9-stars martial sovereign, so his vision was much sharper than the two of them. However, it was too late. No matter how Jiang Ruoshi and Ruan Yuanwu circulated their essence force, they could not break through the shackles of the two sword lotuses. Chi! The lotus flower fell, and a sea of sword chi rushed out, instantly annihilating the two of them. Two miserable shrieks rang out. Just a moment ago, they were still full of confidence and had an insufferably arrogant appearance. At this moment, they were pierced by the 1,000 swords. Blood spurted out and turned into two cold corpses. They fell to the ground with unwillingness and despair in their eyes. A series of twitching sounds. One sword. He had killed two 8-star martial sovereigns with just one sword attack. For Yunxiao, it was a very normal thing, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was a great shock. The people from the Sea of Soul Formation were still calm, but Lei Ling, Fu Yichuan, and the others were completely petrified. Their brains crashed and they could not think at all. Even if they were to make a move, they were not confident that they could kill the two of them in such a clean way. Besides, Xiao was obviously weak and looked like he could not support his primordial energy. Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he raised his hand and pointed his sword forward. Scum of the Red Moon City, come up and die. The people of the Red Moon City sucked in a cold breath. Other than Lei Ling and Fu Yichuan, everyone else took a step back involuntarily. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts under the flashing sword light and cold air. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be treated differently, Yong Tianyun said in shock. The people of the ancient times are not to be bullied. Young Master Xiao doesn't have any life and death enmity with Red Moon City. Why don't you put aside your differences and let me and brother Luo Tian mediate between you and resolve the previous grievances? Luo Tian's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "That's right. The relationship between the Sea of Soul Formation and Red Moon City is very good. And young Master Xiao is a 9th-tier alchemist, so he can come to the Sea of Soul Formation to serve as an elder. In this way, there will be no conflicts." Fu Yichuan's face darkened. If Xiao really joined the Sea of Soul Formation as an elder, Red Moon City would definitely cancel the arrest warrant, and Jiang Ruoshi and Ruan Yuanwu would have died in vain. Although they did not have a good relationship in the past, ever since the Four Extreme sect had merged into Red Moon City, they, the remaining elders of Red Moon City, had a tendency to stick together for warmth. At this moment, he was even more sorrowful. He snorted coldly and said, "Great masters, this Li Yunxiao killed an elder of our Red Moon City. How can we resolve the hatred between us? I hope that grandmasters can help us take down this child on account of our alliance. There are no eternal enemies in this world. If young Master Xiao is willing to resolve this, I hope that the Red Moon City can give us a chance," Yong Tianyun said calmly. Fu Yichuan's expression immediately turned ugly. Yong Tianyun's attitude was clear. As long as there were enough benefits, the deaths of Jiang Ruoshi and Ruan Yuanwu would be nothing. Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "We can talk. The premise is to cancel the marriage between Tang Xian and Jiang Ruobing, and then the Four Extreme sect will withdraw from the Red Moon City. All the grudges between Tang Qing and I will be written off." Fu Yichuan's body trembled, and he looked at Xiao in disbelief. He had never expected that Xiao would ask for such a condition. Lei Ling was furious and said, "Impudent! How dare a mere junior ask one of the 7 sect masters to leave? What a big joke!" Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "If you think this is a joke, then you will be the laughingstock today. Then let me see just what right you have to be so arrogant," Lei Ling said in a cold voice. He gave Fu Yichuan a look, signaling for them to attack together. After all, Xiao had just killed 2 8-stars martial sovereigns with a casual sword strike, which made him very afraid. Fu Yichuan's expression was complicated, but he still nodded slightly. The two of them walked slowly toward Xiao, their auras rising and soon reaching their peak. Yong Tianyun didn't seem to want to see them fight. He frowned and said, "Young Master Xiao, can you seriously consider it?" "I'm serious," Xiao said seriously. "I'm being very serious." "AI!" A deep sigh rang out. Luo Tian's face was filled with helplessness, and he did not want to stand on the opposite side of Xiao either. "Then go to hell." A pair of iron halberds appeared in Lei Ling's hands, and he struck down unexpectedly. "Excuse me," Fu Yichuan said in a deep voice. His palm shot out a sky full of afterimages, and he attacked together with Lei Ling. The two of them were extremely vigilant, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He had thought that Xiao was running amok because of luck, but now he knew he was wrong. Swish! Xiao's body turned into a thunderbolt and was cut in half by the pair of iron halberds. However, as the lightning flickered, it instantly healed and locked Lei Ling's hands. At the same time, his body swelled up violently and he became a huge lightning fatty. This Luo Lei Ling was shocked. The extremely violent will of thunder and lightning came at him, but his hands were held tightly by Xiao, and he could not break free. When Xiao's body expanded to a certain limit, The corners of his mouth curved up as he chuckled and charged at Lei Ling. Boom! The huge thunder god's body collided with Lei Ling's body and exploded instantly. A ring of lightning stars suddenly bloomed and scattered in all directions. There was even a flash of lightning that soared into the sky and went straight to the ninth heaven. In his shock, Fu Yichuan hurriedly made a move, but he was knocked far away by the lightning energy. He only felt the qi and blood in his body churning from the impact. He was shocked. The entire area within a radius of several thousand feet was struck by the lightning. A group of weaker martial artists of Red Moon City screamed in pain, and many of them were directly electrocuted into charcoal. Everyone in the Sea of Soul formation was also shocked. By Lipola, the thunderbolt gradually dissipated, and with a flash of several lightning bolts in the sky, Yunxiao's true body emerged. However, his face was even paler, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Lei Ling, who was below, was hit head-on. Almost all of the lightning energy passed through his body. It could be said that he had 100% used his physical body to withstand the attack. His face was ghastly and his body was charred black. His hair was all burnt and he was constantly spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with anger and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Yunxiao could not help but frown. If he had attacked at his peak, even 10 Lei Lings would have died. But now, he could not even kill one of them. However, this was enough to shock everyone. Not a single sound could be heard in the surroundings. After swallowing a few pills, Lei Ling asked for help. "Grandmasters, please help me." Luo Tian and Yong Tianyun looked at each other. Other than shock, they were also hesitant. Luo Tian suddenly asked, "Young Master Yunxiao, you've come from Fengling City. What about Qiu Mujia? Did you kill him?" "I killed him." A strange smile appeared on Yunxiao's lips, which looked like a mixture of ridicule and helplessness. "Master Luo Tian, you think too highly of me." "Young Master Yunxiao, do you mean that even you are not a match for Qiu Mujia?" Luo Tian asked, his expression changing. Yunxiao could easily defeat a 9-stars martial emperor even when he was at the end of his rope. Luo Tian did not seem to believe that Qiu Mujia could defeat him. "Heh! A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be treated with new eyes. This sentence is not only suitable for me, but also for all the talented experts in this world." Yunxiao's eyes flashed as he praised generously. "That Qiu Mujia is indeed an unparalleled genius alchemist, and his talent is no less than mine. You'll know it soon." He then retracted his gaze and looked at Lei Ling. He said coldly, "As for now, Ingluo, let me clean up the trash in Red Moon City first." His body turned into lightning and he swooped down. He saw a large number of lightning bolts coming down from the sky. "Lord Luo Tian." Lei Ling's expression changed drastically as he said anxiously, "Boom!" The thunderbolt struck the ground, and the electric light bounced back and shot into the 9 heavens. Everything within a radius of a few hundred feet was turned into dust, and a huge pit appeared. When the dust settled, Yunxiao stood in the middle of the pit with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Luo Tian, do you really want to be my enemy?" Luo Tian's expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. He slowly said, "I cannot help the people of the Red Moon City to deal with you, but I cannot watch you kill Lord Lei Ling." Lei Ling was standing beside him in a sorry state. He looked in front of him in horror and knew that it was Luo Tian who had saved him just now. He hurriedly said gratefully, "Many thanks, Master. I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life." Luo Tian raised his hand and interrupted him. "Me saving you has nothing to do with you. It has to do with the Sea of Soul formation and Red Moon City." "Yes," Lei Ling replied with a straight face. "But no matter what, I will remember today's kindness in my heart." Yunxiao's mind raced. At this moment, with the interference of the people of the Sea of Soul formation, it was impossible to kill the remaining few people in Red Moon City. "Good. I'll remember today's matter for the time being and settle it with you in the future." Yunxiao had no choice but to leave a harsh sentence before he turned to leave. Luo Tian hurriedly said, "Young Master Yunxiao, please stay here for a while. I hope you can tell us some news about Qiu Mujia so that we can be prepared. This will minimize our losses during the siege." Encircle and annihilate? Don't think too much, Xianxia said with a sneer. With the strength of your team, you'll only be annihilated if you go there. You'd better go back and get more reinforcements. Displeasure appeared on the faces of the people of the Sea of Soul Formation, and their snorts rose and fell, showing extreme dissatisfaction with Yunxiao's words. Young Master Yun, are you telling the truth? Yong Tianyun was shocked. I'm giving you a piece of advice on account of our relationship with the Sea of Soul Formation, Yunxiao said. Don't even think about besieging Chomujia without the strength of a peak 9 stars martial emperor. A peak 9 stars martial emperor? You? Luo Tian's expression changed drastically. Young Master Yunxiao, aren't you exaggerating? Yong Tianyun didn't believe it either. Don't believe him, everyone. One of the martial artists sneered. He's just trying to cover up his failure and save some face for himself. Yunxiao gave the crowd a pitying look and said with a sneer, Since everyone is rushing to die, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll bid you farewell here. I hope we can meet again. He smiled indifferently and his body turned into a faint lightning bolt, about to disappear into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the world trembled, and a vast might came from nowhere. His body of lightning was instantly jolted back and became solid. Boom! There was another explosion, and cracks began to appear in the sky, shattering in all directions. What? Yunxiao's face flickered. The aura was Chomujia. He did not expect that the man could still track him down in such a way even after the spatial tunnel was destroyed. He smiled bitterly and said, Everyone, there's no need to rush to your deaths, because the Grim Reaper is here. Boom! The entire sky shattered, and a huge black hole appeared like a mirror. The space around the black hole began to distort. In a flash, the entire cave entrance disappeared, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. This is Ing Luo. Everyone paled in shock. Although the Chomujia they had seen in the images sent back by the rhythmical essence had changed a little, he was at least still normal. And this half-beast fish swan and eye that appeared in front of him, Luo Tian, it's actually you. After Chomujia appeared from the void, he immediately discovered the people from the Sea of Soul Formation realm. His gaze darkened and his green eyes were like lightning as he looked down. You Ing Luo, you are Ing Luo. Luo Tian was completely dumbstruck. He felt his throat become stuck as he looked at the half-beast fish Chomujia, and he was completely unable to speak. One of them was also petrified and stood there in a daze. Ha! Li Yunxiao, where did you find these interesting people? As a dish to go with wine when I kill you. Chomujia's face was filled with wild arrogance and derision. Luo Tian's cheeks were dripping with cold sweat, and he felt that his palms were wet. He said in horror, You really are crazy Jie. Hee. Luo Tian, do you want to reminisce about old times and talk about friendship with me? I don't think we have any friendship before, right? Chomujia's gaze turned cold, and his oily green eyes flickered like ghostly flames. The powerful aura on his body was like an ancient true spirit that had returned to the world, suppressing the chests of everyone present. Although the battle had not started yet, everyone knew that Yunxiao was telling the truth just by looking at his aura. And this kid, he seems to be Yong Tianyun, right? I can't believe you've become a 9th-tier alchemist. The Sea of Soul Formation is really a place full of talents. I really miss it. Chomujia's face was filled with reminiscence and a cold expression. The gaze he used to look at everyone grew colder and colder. A baleful aura spread out and enveloped him like a mist. Gulp! Luo Tian finally swallowed his saliva and said with great difficulty, Chomujia, how did you end up like this? You're too unconventional. If it wasn't for this, why would he be hunted down by everyone? Don't be so stubborn. Ha! Unrepentant? Luo Tian, if I say I'm turning over a new leaf now, will you let me off? Chomujia laughed wildly. I can't make the decision on this matter, but I will definitely do my best to speak up for you, Luo Tian said in a deep voice. Pa! Chomujia spat out a mouthful of phlegm and angrily said, Why didn't I see you speak up for me back then? Now, he wanted to save his life with a few words. In your dreams, after I kill all of you, I will lead my army to slaughter the sea of soul formation. He wanted to rebuild a supreme country of alchemists. All living beings must respect the Tao of magic, and everything must be in service of the Tao of magic. In order to pursue the divine skills, they must offer everything they have. Xianxia frowned slightly. He did not expect Qiu Mujia's goal to be so lofty. Although it was too extreme, if this madman really realized his dream, the alchemy arts of the entire heavenly martial realm would inevitably show explosive progress, but it would also be a disaster for the entire realm. Luo Tian had a pained look on his face as he sighed. Brother Mujia, although you and I were promoted to 9th-tier alchemists in the same year, I know that my talent and efforts are not as good as yours, so I've always regarded you as my role model and followed your steps. Things remain the same, but people have changed. I really can't bear to see you in this state. Qiu Mujia's gaze turned even colder as he coldly said, There's no point in saying anything more. I can't turn back, and I've never thought of turning back. I'm at the peak of my life. As for you, you're so stubborn. Have you made any progress in these years? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, If you don't, you will become ashes under my feet today, and your death will mark the beginning of a great new era. Ha 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 ha. Qiu Mujia laughed wantonly. His laughter suddenly stopped, and he said with an ice-cold expression, You talk too much nonsense. I can't wait to see the prelude of the era. Humph, ha. His face darkened, and his copper nose and sausage-like mouth suddenly let out a humph ha sound. The space instantly turned into a spiral and suddenly flew down. Be careful! Luo Tian roared and formed a seal with his hands. An extremely powerful force spread out from his seal, and the surrounding space swirled. Everyone was instantly teleported out. Boom! The force landed on his body and shattered into countless light screens, which disappeared inch by inch. In the sky, Luo Tian's body suddenly appeared. His expression was extremely serious as he shouted, Young Master Xianxia, let's put aside our past grudges and fight the enemy together. Master Luo Tian? Xianxia said coldly. Are you dreaming? Just a moment ago, you were still standing on the side of the Red Moon City that wanted to kill me. And now, the tea has not even cooled yet, and you want to trick me into helping you? Qiu Mujia's target isn't just our sea of soul formation. He seems to want to kill you as well, right? Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Xianxia shrugged, spread his hands, and said with a scoundrel-like look, It doesn't matter. With so many masters buried with me, I don't care if they die. You coward! Luo Tian was at a loss for words. He was quite angry. Humph! Qiu Mujia coldly snorted and said sarcastically, It doesn't matter who makes a move, everyone will die. A saber ray streaked across the sky, directly splitting the sky as it headed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face turned pale. Not only did the vast power under the blade split the sky, but it also suppressed all spatial power, making it impossible to teleport. Master, be careful. An expert flew over and stood in front of Luo Tian. The golden jian in his hand was unsealed, and he fiercely struck the blade light. Boom! The blade light and the power of the golden mace were shattered one after another, and they mixed together to form an endless storm that spun on the ground. The moment the blade light disappeared, the expert was sent flying. Luo Tian's mind power spiraled out and he appeared beside the expert. Then the two of them instantly fled. Xianxia also disappeared at the same time. He flew 1,000 feet away and watched coldly. A large amount of spiritual energy surged around his body, and he kept swallowing natural treasures to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Although the people from the Sea of Soul Formation had no hope of killing Qiu Mujia, they could at least buy some time. The only way to save his life now was to recover his strength as much as possible so that he could deal with it. Otherwise, even if he were to escape now, given Qiu Mujia's Blackpool Feather's ability to travel 10,000 miles in an instant, he would not be able to escape without sufficient elemental energy. Kiki, Luo Tian, did you ever think that this day would come when you besieged me? Qiu Mujia laughed wildly and hideously. He kept his padao, and the countless tentacles on his head all stood up high before suddenly stabbing down. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles broke through the air and fell, creating waves of ripples. The entire sky was in chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the earth crumbled, and every tentacle that fell directly shook open the ley lines. The rock layers below continued to emerge after cracking, like stone waves rolling. Everyone dodged in horror, and some of the weaker ones were pierced by the tentacles and exploded on the spot. They were also hit by the waves of chi from the tentacles and were swept into the rain-like attacks. Their chi and blood were also shaken and they began to get injured. Everyone attack! Attack as defense! Yong Tianyun's face turned ashen. After dodging several tentacle attacks, he appeared in the sky in a flash. He pointed his finger, and a light ring appeared on his fingertip, instantly turning into a sharp sword and slashing over. The rest of the people also rose into the air and attacked, each using their unique skills. Suddenly, the multicolored ice attacks rained down, and the sky was shattered. Yunxiao nodded inwardly as he watched from a distance. Yong Tianyun was extremely smart this time. Although he could not change the outcome of the defeat, he had at least turned the passive situation into an active one in an instant, turning the situation around. Boom! 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 The tentacles on Xiao Mujia's head flew in all directions, blocking all the attacks. There were also several extremely sharp attacks that managed to sever a few of his tentacles. Bang! As if he couldn't hold on any longer, the wings of the dark swamp suddenly spread open. With a flap, space twisted, and Xiao Mujia instantly disappeared. What? Luo Tian was greatly shocked. Under their many powerful attacks, they had completely sealed off the sky and the earth, yet the other party could still teleport away. Humph, ha! Two sound waves suddenly descended from the void in the sky. The place where Xiao Mujia was standing earlier instantly exploded, and the powerful force rushed toward everyone. Over here! Luo Tian teleported up and suddenly reached out his hand. A golden flood dragon writhed in his hand and directly turned into a large golden scissors. He threw it over. At the same time, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened in the sky. It was as if a giant was hiding in the clouds. He put his hands together and slapped down. Xiao Mujia's expression was dark and cold. He flapped his blackpool feathers, and with a poochie, his massive body disappeared once more. The giant spirit's palm and the golden dragon scissors missed at the same time. A figure appeared in the sky, his hands forming a seal and his face revealing a serious expression. It was the martial artist who used the gigantuous spirit magical power. Yong Tianyun, Luo Tian said with a deep voice. Understood. Yong Tianyun's divine sense swept out and locked onto the place where Xiao Mujia had appeared. He instantly teleported over and quickly formed hand seals. Runes continuously emerged from his two arms, instantly unsealing the 9 copper rings. He then smashed them down. Each of the copper rings was the size of a millstone. They were stacked on top of each other and spread out in the air. As they rotated, they disappeared into the void. Yong Tianyun's hand seals didn't stop. Instead, they became faster. Xiao Mujia's brows furrowed as if he had sensed something. He shook his head slightly, and several strands of flesh instantly pierced through the air, piercing toward Yong Tianyun. Seal! Go! Yong Tianyun said, and a yellow halo appeared in the sky. The tentacles were trapped in the halo and then shrunk. The tentacles were bound in an instant, and the light circle turned bronze. All kinds of runes danced on it, as if suppressing the power of the tentacles. They drooped down in the air. Following that, the other 8 copper rings appeared on many parts of Xiao Mujia's body, sealing his head, tail, wings, tail, tentacles, and hands. They then suddenly retracted, instantly tightening Xiao Mujia's body. The 9 chains of sun and moon? Xiao Mujia was startled and involuntarily cried out. It's the sun-moon 9 chains, Yong Tianyun said calmly. The speed of his hand seals didn't slow down, and a series of afterimages appeared. The 9 rings contracted, and countless runes surged forth. A massive yellow halo appeared in the air above Xiao Mujia's massive body, seemingly possessing an extremely powerful sealing force. Seeing that this move had succeeded, Luo Tian was overjoyed and said, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this man." All the martial artists were overjoyed. They suddenly rushed into the sky and attacked. Even Fu Yichuan and Lei Ling did not fall behind. They followed in the crowd and unleashed their ultimate moves, blasting them at Qiu Mujie. Ha 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 ha. Qiu Mujie suddenly laughed wildly and said savagely, "You guys probably don't know how terrifying my ultimate ability is, right? Do you think that you can suppress me with the mere 9 chains of sun and moon? The nightmare shall descend." The Blackpool feathers, which were locked by the 2 bronze rings, suddenly shot out rays of light. They were cold and sharp, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Those lights were actually eyes that opened one by one. In an instant, hundreds of eyes focused, and 1,000 pupils appeared. Time seemed to have stopped, and the countless attacks all stopped in an instant, slowly melting away. "My ultimate state can never be suppressed," Qiu Mujie suddenly roared. The skin on his forehead rippled, and a sharp horn instantly emerged like a bamboo shoot after a rain. He nodded his head, and a silver light shot out from his horn, piercing through the air. The martial artist who had used the Gigante's divine ability had a drastic change in expression. The silver light was coming towards him. He suddenly roared and threw a punch. The giant spirit in the sky suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a ball of fire that rolled down. There was something burning inside the fireball, and runes were surging. It was like a star that had been knocked down by a punch. Bang! The silver light struck the fireball, causing it to explode instantly. The silver light actually passed through it, and with a bang, it pierced through the martial artist's body. "Yu Yang!" Luo Tian roared in shock, his face revealing extreme grief and indignation. The martial artist was in disbelief as well. Looking at the huge hole in his chest, he gritted his teeth and formed another seal with his hands. He ignited his dantian and turned into a stream of light that rushed forward. Qiu Mujie's expression changed. The silver horn on his forehead turned completely gray after the strike, and all of its spiritual energy was gone. Furthermore, his main attacks were all restricted by the 9 chains of sun and moon, so he could only channel his eye bloodline power to set up barriers. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosions rang out as the fireball that the martial artist had ignited himself into blasted onto Qiu Mujie's body and exploded. Boom boom boom! A huge flame rushed up and lit up half the sky. The alchemists were all in a heavy mood, filled with grief and indignation. They stared at the explosion with angry eyes. "Is he dead?" Lei Ling muttered to himself. Although he was seriously injured, he was still trying his best. After all, once his soul formation C could not hold on, he would die without a doubt. Under such an impact, even if he doesn't die, he'll at least be seriously injured. Everyone was guessing in their hearts. As the smoke and clouds dispersed, Qiu Mujie's figure slowly appeared, shooting out a piercing light. This time, it wasn't those hundreds of eyes. Instead, Qiu Mujie's entire body was enshrouded in a brilliant golden radiance. His entire body was covered in orange-yellow scales, and his spiritual aura was overbearing. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. Even a 9-star martial sovereign would be seriously injured by the blow just now. He directly took it head-on and was actually safe and sound. "Hey!" A sneer appeared at the corner of Qiu Mujie's mouth. At the same time, blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Although his scales had blocked the attack and he appeared fine on the surface, the impact had actually hit his internal organs. However, he did not care about such a minor injury. "Attack!" Luo Tian suddenly shouted. Only then did the other people recover from their shock and began to attack even more madly, not daring to hold back. Luo Tian, on the other hand, teleported toward the spirit god battleship. Boom boom boom! The frenzied attacks landed on Qiu Mujie's body, causing halos to appear. However, they were unable to break through the scales on his body. Qiu Mujie's fury soared to the heavens from the beating. He roared, Do you think you can trap me with the mere 9 chains of sun and moon? How childish! Boom! His 2 golden furry arms suddenly swelled up, and a huge force struck the copper rings on his arms. The copper rings shone brightly, and countless runes surged. Not far away, Yong Tianyun's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and formed another seal. Cho Mujia roared. Suddenly, boundless energy surged from the body of the strange blue fish, and the countless formations engraved on its body were all activated. Vortexes of spiritual energy appeared in the surroundings and gushed toward Cho Mujia's body. This is a Kasaya. In the distance, Yunxiao was taken aback. His pupils constricted and turned into blood moons as he stared at the man. Under the moon pupil, he could clearly see the flow of the formations and the direction of the spiritual energy. His expression changed greatly. The countless formations on the strange blue fish were all powered by supreme-grade primordial stones. Like a real warship, as long as there were enough primordial stones, it could have infinite power. Cho Mujia's body was completely fused with the strange fish, and he could actually directly extract the spiritual energy from the metastones. In other words, as long as there were enough metastones, Cho Mujia's power would be endless and would never be exhausted. This discovery shook his mind. Endless power was the dream of many warriors. He didn't think that this madman would actually realize it. Countless spirit energy flowed from the battleship fish to Chumujai, and his golden arm had become more than twice its original size. The 2 copper rings trembled violently, and the huge circle in the sky began to show signs of being unable to hold on any longer. Bang! Bang! The 2 copper rings finally broke apart. The 9 chains of the sun and moon were originally one, forming a formation and relying on each other. With 2 rings broken, the other 7 rings also crumbled. Bang, 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 bang! All the shackles disintegrated instantly. Yong Tianyun spurted out a mouthful of blood from the backlash and was sent flying dozens of zhang away. Ha 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 ha! A maniacal laugh reverberated through the air as Cho Mujia's strength instantly recovered to its peak. He grabbed the padao with his golden hand and raised it high. Endless power came from the blade, rippling and forming a circular blade aura. It gathered but did not scatter, condensed but did not release. The new era shall be unveiled with your lowly blood. Cho Mujia's face turned malevolent, and he revealed an endless fanatical expression as he suddenly slashed down. We've dropped from 3rd place last week to 6th place. Our goal is to be in the top 3. The padao's power pierced through heaven and earth, splitting the void. A giant elephant phantom stepped in the sky and roared. The huge blade light devoured everyone's attacks and slashed in all directions, splitting the sky in half. Boom! Many martial artists were instantly turned into ashes under the impact of the saber light without the slightest resistance. The entire sky was filled with this blade attack. All the martial artists were either killed or shaken off. They were all seriously injured. After Cho Mujia's slash, the formation on the battleship's fish began to operate at high speed. A large amount of spiritual energy flowed through the battleship and rapidly poured into his body to replenish the spiritual energy he had consumed. Full of blood and magic, instantly recovering, Yong Tianyun was overwhelmed with shock. He spurted out several mouthfuls of blood and shouted, "Attack that strange fish! It's the source of his power." He had also seen it very accurately, but at this moment more than half of the martial artists had died, and the remaining were all injured. And now, he had to face Cho Mujia, who had lost the shackles of the 9 chains of the sun and moon and was filled with blood and magic. Everyone, attack together. Don't hold any hope. Suddenly, Luo Tian's voice rang out, and the sky shook violently. The spirit god battleship suddenly appeared. The formations around the battleship were fully activated, and powerful spiritual chi kept pouring out, condensing in the sky. Yunxiao's expression changed, but he still sighed and shook his head slightly. Although the spirit god worship was powerful, it was no match for Cho Mujia. He knew that the battle was about to end. Whether he fought or fled, he would have to make a move soon. At this moment, he calmed his mind and focused his mind, trying to regain his strength every second. Suddenly, He had a thought and a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but smile bitterly. In the Divine Realm tablet, a wisp of his soul power appeared on the ground. There were only 2 stone beds placed side by side on the empty land. A beautiful woman was sitting on one of them. She had a suspicious look on her face and was looking around. Yunxiao's figure was revealed at once as he said with a smile, "Water deity, you're awake." "Ah, Li Yunxiao." The water deity jumped up from the stone bed and said happily, "I've finally found you." She was overjoyed, but for some reason, she felt a little nervous, and even her cheeks were slightly red. Naturally, Yunxiao could see her admiration, so he said awkwardly, "Why did you come to the mainland to find me?" He was directly eaten by the strange fish and almost lost his life. "If you die, the Ocean Emperor will go berserk and there will be another storm of blood." The water deity clenched her fist and shook it a few times. "I'm very powerful now. Who can kill me? That was just an accident. If you don't believe me, let that person try to fight me again." Yunxiao was speechless. "Forget it," he said. "He's already out. You can just stay with me. This is the internal space of my transcendent grade profound level weapon. You can stay here and cultivate in peace." "No, I want to follow you," the water deity quickly said. "I want to experience the continent and increase my knowledge." "Let's talk about it later," Yunxiao said. "It's too dangerous out there now. The bad guy who caught you before is still alive. I'll let you out after you escape this." "Just in time." The water deity jumped up and said coldly, "He dared to let the strange fish eat me. I'll go and deal with him. I'll let Big Brother Yunxiao see how powerful I am." "Don't make trouble," Yunxiao said in a hurry. "Just stay here. Your senior brother's injuries are too severe. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short time. You should take care of him first." The person lying on the stone bed next to him was a chemical cultivator. He was covered in blood and was almost unrecognizable. The water deity glared at the chemical cultivator in disgust and said, "You're not skilled enough, but you still insisted on following me. A burden, a burden. It doesn't matter if I die, but if I can't defeat the enemy, I'll lose my father's face." Yunxiao's face darkened. Fortunately, the chemical cultivator had fainted, or he would have killed himself on the spot if he had heard those words. "Don't be so mean when you speak. Consider other people's feelings. You're the successor of the Ocean Emperor's bloodline, and you may rule the 4 seas in the future, so you can't be too willful in your actions and words." Water deity's eyes reddened and she said with some grievance, "I don't want to rule the 4 seas. If that day really comes, will you help me?" Yunxiao was taken aback. Looking at her pitiful face, he immediately raised his hand and patted her hair as he encouraged her in a soft voice. "Everyone has their own path of fate, and they are born with it. I can be unruly and let my temper run wild, but you can't. Because you are the princess of the 4 seas, your every move affects the entire sea race. And I'm just a free and independent warrior. Even if I die, it won't have any impact on the realm of heavenly martial arts." "Who said so?" Narcissus hurriedly asked. "If you die, I'll be very upset, and if I'm upset, the entire sea race will be involved. If I were to take revenge for you, I would drag the entire continent into a storm of blood. So you are also very important." Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, and he was a little dumbfounded. Is this still the stupid water deity who can say such logical words? Could it be that she had been acting dumb all along? Seeing that Yunxiao had stopped talking, water deity smiled and said, "Hurry up and bring me out. I'll teach that old man a lesson for you. I'll let that old man and Big Brother Yunxiao know how powerful I am." Yunxiao patted his forehead and thought, "Here comes another he. It's really dangerous out there," he said. "If you want to follow me to gain more experience, you'll have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll send you back to the sea forest right now." The water deity hurriedly said, "Please don't. I'll just listen to Big Brother Yunxiao." "Yes, that's good. Just stay here and don't mess around. It's good to cultivate or do something else. I'll let you out once the danger outside is over." Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go out, His expression suddenly changed as he looked into the distance in surprise. In a flash, she disappeared from her original spot. Water deity shouted a few times, but there was no response. She sat on the stone bed gloomily and began to cultivate. Xianxia teleported to another place on the Divine Realm tablet. Looking at the calabash King Kong in front of him, he asked suspiciously, "You're calling me?" "Yes, your name is Li Xianxia, right?" The gourd little King Kong nodded and said. His voice was still the same as before, but it was very peaceful now, like a kind elder. "What?" Xianxia frowned. "Have you regained your mind?" "I've never lost my mind," Lingmu Di said with a bitter smile. "It's just that the rainbow stone affected my mind and caused me to fall into a demonic state. I haven't recovered even now." "What?" Xianxia said in surprise. "Then why are you startled now?" "It's only temporary," Lingmu Di said. "The rainbow stone has affected me for tens of thousands of years. How can I recover my true nature by taking it out? I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the old Lingmu flute before my soul is destroyed." His tone was very calm, as if he did not care about his current situation. "My lord, you were a divine realm expert in the past," Xianxia said. "Now, your soul is also considered a divine soul. How can your soul be destroyed so easily? Since he can recover for a moment, there must be a way to completely recover." Lingmu Di smiled. "There is a way, but it's very difficult. So, it doesn't exist." "Oh," Xianxia said. "Can you tell me the method, Your Excellency? Maybe I can find a way." Lingmu Di waved his hand and said, "Don't waste your time. Let's not talk about this. While my mind is still clear and time is tight, I want to ask you about the Demon Master. What is the current situation?" Xianxia frowned. After thinking for a while, he briefly told her about the opening of the 4 seals and the birth of a large number of rainbow stones. Lingmu Di was dumbfounded. He said in a daze, "You mean, there are 2 demon lord emperors now?" "Every clone has its own independent spiritual sense," Xianxia said. "Even the rainbow stone has turned into a human. There are also unsealed demons who might have already formed their own." Lingmu Di fell into deep thought for a long time before he said, "This might not be a bad thing. As long as we stop them from devouring each other, we'll have a way to suppress them again." Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said, "Is the Demon Master really that terrifying? What exactly happened back then? And why did the 10 rules of the world disappear?" Lingmu Di said, "I'll tell you what happened back then slowly. I was also invited by Lord Universe God to participate in the Demon Sealing War. As one of the 4 domain monarchs, other than some things that Lord Universe God thinks are top secret, I basically know everything." "The 4 domain monarchs?" Xianxia was taken aback, but he immediately realized that they must be the kings of the East, West, South, and North domains. Their status back then was probably even higher than the current 7 sect masters, almost equivalent to the masters of the 2 Holy Lands. "That's right," Lingmu Di said. "I'm the Northern Region Prince of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Everything in the world has its own fate. You have the life-profound weapon of the world deity, but you are the culprit who released so many Devil Masters avatars. And I've actually possessed a puppet that possesses the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Life is truly unpredictable, and everything is like a chess game." With a thought, Xianxia reached out his hand, and the tricolored Tusita heaven emerged. "Since you don't want to talk about what happened back then, can you tell me the method to refine this thing?" Lingmu Di looked at the tricolored Tushita sky, and his bean-sized eyes flickered with nostalgia. "Back then, if it wasn't for the Demon Master's rampage, I would have already finished refining this item. If I want to completely refine the 7 colors, I'll have to find the other 4 extremely powerful mutated earth elements." Xianxia made a grabbing motion in the air, and a piece of yellow soil appeared in his palm. "Is this thing okay?" Lingmu Di's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Living Earth!" He laughed bitterly and said, "Of course you can. This is Mother Earth. It's the existence closest to the origin of the earth element among all the earth elements. Back then, I also obtained information about a piece of the breathing earth, but unfortunately, I didn't have the time to search for it. Since you've obtained the tricolor Tusita heaven and the living earth, perhaps it's the will of the heavens that allowed this treasure to be born. Yunxiao chuckled. This thing is extremely powerful. I've used it a few times, and I love it so much that I can't put it down. I'm looking forward to finishing it as soon as possible. Ling Mudi laughed and said, if it can be made into 7 colors, even a holy weapon would not dare to compete with it. I'll teach you the refining method now. The two of them immediately sat down cross-legged and reached out their hands to touch each other in front of them. A wave spread out in all directions with their palms as the axis. This was an extremely powerful spiritual sense communication technique. It was said that there were even more powerful telepathic thoughts that directly entered the other party's mind. It was already similar to a spiritual attack, and only an extremely powerful existence could accurately grasp it without damaging the other party's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. By using their bodies as a medium, Yunxiao and Ling Mudi had greatly reduced the risk. After a while, the two of them slowly put down their hands. A strange look shot out of Ling Mudi's eyes, and a disdainful aura began to appear. His face twisted into the shape of a bitter melon, and he stopped moving. Are you all right, my lord? Yunxiao was taken aback. Are you all right? The expression on Ling Mudi's face became one of struggle, and a surging baleful qi gushed out of his body. Yunxiao's face darkened as he knew that the aftereffects of the rainbow stone had begun to act up again. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy and formed a few hand seals. Pa! Ling Mudi reached out his metal hand and clenched Yunxiao's arm as he cried out, What are you doing? My lord, you're going to be possessed by the devil again. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll help you suppress it. Humph! Suppressed. Ling Mudi's bean-like eyes narrowed into slits. He said coldly, It's actually the spiritual energy. You want to kill me, right? I won't kill you, my lord, Yunxiao said seriously. I can't kill you. The only thing that can kill Darren is the devil's will. What a joke. Who do you think you are to teach me how to behave? Ling Mudi was furious, and his 5 fingers clenched hard. Bang! Yunxiao's arm exploded into countless lightning bolts. Soon after, his bean-like eyes narrowed as he threw a punch. A small icy flower bloomed on the fist wind and grew bigger and bigger. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He knew how powerful the ice fiend heart flame was, and he did not dare to be careless even when he was in the divine realm tablet. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The ice flower missed, but it didn't explode. Instead, it condensed and retracted the heart of the Lingmu flute's fist. He snorted coldly, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he shouted and punched out several times, cracking the sky with a loud rumble. The Lingmu flute had actually torn apart the power of a realm and created a passage from the steel. It wanted to leave. Naturally, Yunxiao would not let him have his way. He appeared above him in an instant, then performed an incantation gesture with both hands and made a grabbing motion in the air. Clanking iron chains rang out, and a black chain appeared in the void. Walala! The sound of chains being dragged could be heard all around the Ling Mudi. In front of the black passage, black iron chains crossed the sky, as if waiting for him to walk into a trap. What a joke! I can easily tear apart the power of a world, so what are these chains? He sneered and threw a punch. Walala! The force of the punch landed on the iron chain, causing it to shake. The sky was filled with shadows, and hua-hua sounds were like flowing water. What? These chains? Ling Mudi was shocked and immediately felt that something was wrong. At this moment his limbs, body, and neck were all tied up. Only then did the chains stop shaking. This is the devil essence lock. Ling Mudi's eyes were filled with horror. He struggled for a few times, but the clattering sound still filled the air, and he could not break free. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, I was just testing it out. It seems that this lock can not only lock up demonic essence, but also has great effect on people like you who have been affected by the rainbow stone. Damn it! Let this lord out! Ling Mudi roared in shock and anger. His body twisted violently, causing the chains to clatter in the air. He tore at the chains with his hands, and countless runes jolted out of the chains, appearing along with the power vortex. Xianxia was taken aback. He had no confidence that the chains could really suppress the Lingmu flute, and if they were shattered, it would be an incalculable loss. He grabbed the heavenly hammer in his hand and condensed 10,000 thunderbolts to strike down. Boom! The thick green lightning struck the Lingmu flute's head, and the entire metal body shone brightly. A large amount of lightning leaked out from the iron chain, covering the entire iron lock with lightning. Lingmu Di's entire face turned dull. His beady eyes slowly stopped moving and he passed out again. It's really full of internal and external troubles. Xianxia heaved a heavy sigh and said to himself, when those alchemists can't hold on any longer, we'll send everyone out to encircle and annihilate Xianxia. Even if we can't kill him, we'll surely injure him severely. At this moment, in the heavenly martial realm, the spirit god battleship slowly rose into the sky under Luo Tian's control. A surge of energy rose from the battleship, directly condensing into the shape of a giant spirit with half of its body. The half-body giant spirit was blue in color and was formed from pure spiritual energy. Its body was covered in all kinds of formations, and its hands were in simple hand seals as it stood there motionlessly. It's just a small spirit god battleship. What can it do to me? The progress of the new era won't stop because of ants like you. Xianxia laughed and mocked. He suddenly drew out his essence force, and a large amount of spirit chi in the battleship fish was directly sucked up, pouring into all the major organs and limbs of his body. The long tail behind him stood up high, like a scorpion's tail, flashing with a red poisonous light. At the same time, the padao in his hand was also filled with power. Its jade-like luster flashed constantly, and from time to time, it turned into the shadow of a giant elephant. On the giant spirit warship, Luo Tian's figure suddenly appeared. With a stern expression, he shouted fearlessly, "The heavens are constant, responding to it is good, and chaos is bad. You've been completely reduced to an evil man, and everyone has the right to kill you. You're still talking about a new era? What a joke!" Xianxia's face darkened as he sniggered, "Laughing at a dead person? I wonder who will become the laughingstock of this old man today." Luo Tian said, "Even if I can't defeat you, I'll still die to defend my art. I'll die without regrets. I'll die without any resentment. If that's the case, then go to hell." Xianxia's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as his padao suddenly slashed over. A circle of blade light whistled out and flew up in an invincible manner. Spirit God Tyrant Power Fist. Luo Tian's expression was cold. He put his hands together and the light of the seal shot out. His robe fluttered in the air, and his face was filled with determination. The formation light on the arms of the giant spirit figure that had condensed above the battleship flickered continuously. After getting into a stance, it threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Under the fist force, the surrounding air exploded, and the terrifying power swept in all directions. "Everyone, attack together!" Yong Tianyun shouted from afar. He made a hand seal and a sharp blade appeared out of thin air, flying over. The remaining people also gritted their teeth and made a desperate move. Boom! The light of the padao cut into the fist wind directly. The giant spirit's arm was suddenly split into two, but it still didn't dissipate and continued to crash down. Xianxia looked at the incoming fist radiance and grabbed out with his large golden hand to block it. The long scorpion tail behind him suddenly pointed out, transforming into a red light that seemed to penetrate through space. Heaven string poison light. Bang! Luo Tian, who was standing on the battleship, suddenly trembled. A battle suit automatically flew out to protect his body, but it was still penetrated by the red light and directly touched his body. Eft! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back, but his body remained firm. However, blood was seeping out from the front of his body, and it had turned into a strange red color, soaking his chest. In front of Xianxia, a huge golden furry hand grabbed out and suddenly exploded. Boom! The phantom of the giant spirit was also annihilated, and a terrifying whirlwind was formed. blowing in all directions and swallowing all the attacks. All of you, go to hell! Within the whirlwind, Xianxia's roar rang out as several more blade glints slashed out, causing everyone to flee in fear. However, the power of the saber light sealed the sky and locked down the earth. A large number of experts were directly cut into two, and their entire bodies turned into ashes. In an instant, there were only 5 or 6 people left. Even Lei Ling was turned into ashes by the light of the blade. Apart from Fuichuan, the people of Red Moon City had all been wiped out. Even the warriors of the Sea of Soul formation were either dead or injured. The remaining people were all alchemists, and because of their powerful divine sense, they seemed to have an advantage in dodging attacks. However, their eyes were filled with despair as they stared at the half-beast fish monster in front of them. Even their fear had disappeared. Is he invincible? He could feel the surging power from Xianxia's body, which was completely undamaged. Luo Tian's face was also filled with bitterness. The poison had already spread throughout his body, and his entire body had turned scarlet. He did not even have the strength to drive the warship. Boom! The spirit god battleship crashed to the ground. Luo Tian also fell with his head raised. He looked up at the sky with a dull gaze, waiting for death quietly. There's no need to struggle, Xianxia said coldly. After sweeping his gaze, he stared at the distant sky and sneered. When I kill them all, it'll be your turn, Li Yunxiao. Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and came back to his senses from his meditation. Then he emerged from the void with a calm face. The time was too short. Luo Tian and the others could only hold on for a shorter time than he had expected. At this moment, they had not even recovered 20% of their energy. They would definitely lose this battle. Unless all the experts in the Divine Realm tablet came out, they would not have a chance. Even if you kill all of us, you can't snatch the fate of heaven and earth and turn the era into evil. There are many people in the world who can kill you, Yong Tianyun said with a sad face. Humph. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll send you to heaven first. Xianxia moved the padao in his hand and light condensed. Yong Tianyun forced a smile and stood in the sky in a daze. He seemed to have lost the confidence to resist and was waiting for death. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and his green eyes narrowed as he looked toward the ground. Everyone also seemed to have noticed something and looked down in shock. Waves of elemental energy fluctuations came from the ground, as if lava was about to erupt from the depths of the earth. It was even more powerful than that. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire earth vein cracked, and a green light burst out, shooting into the sky. The azure light transformed into a humanoid figure with a solemn expression. He looked around with a slightly surprised expression, seemingly surprised by the faces in front of him. Bo Yuqing? It's you. Xianxia's brows furrowed as if he was slightly shocked. He continued to look down and a ray of light rushed up. It was actually a huge bird. The bird was transparent, and there were 2 people standing on its back. They were Xiao and Huanmie. The 2 of them turned their gazes and looked at the people around them. They were also rather shocked, especially Xianxia's current appearance, which caused their hearts to shiver. Humph. Let's see where else you can run to. Xiao's face revealed a sneer. She leaped from the bird and appeared in front of Bo Yuqing. Huanmie also blocked him from behind, a killing intent spiraling out and locking onto Bo Yuqing. The bird chirped happily and circled a few times above Xiao. I know. I'll fulfill my promise now and return your freedom, Shushu said. He formed a hand seal with one hand and sent out a seal, which directly hit the flying bird. Bang! A ray of golden light appeared on the bird's soul body, and it immediately disintegrated and disappeared. The bird was overjoyed and let out a few chirps before spreading its wings and flying into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Bo Yuqing's face turned a little unsightly, especially when he saw Yunxiao not far away. Yunxiao was also very surprised. He touched the bridge of his nose and said with a strange expression, Brother Yuqing, it's a small world, but isn't this kind of meeting a little too new? Bo Yuqing. Yong Tianyun frowned. revealing a stunned expression. This name seemed to make him think of something, but when his eyes turned to Bo Yuqing, he seemed to be in disbelief. Bo Yuqing said indifferently, "Life is full of coincidences, but there are also people who are not as they wish. Young Master Yun doesn't seem to be doing well either." Xiao Zhao's eyes swept across the field, and the corners of her mouth revealed a strange smile. "Everyone's here. What an interesting encounter." Qiu Mujia's green eyes flickered as he asked suspiciously, "I seem to have seen the two of you before, Wei Qing's subordinates Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie?" Xiao Xiao squinted her eyes and nodded with a smile. "Lord Mujia, it's the two of us. This Bo Yuqing knows a lot of things. I hope Darren can help us destroy him together." "Oh, Bo Yuqing and I can be considered to have some friendship," Qiu Mujia said. "I don't know what he knows to actually provoke the two of you to chase after him for thousands of miles." Xiao Xiao laughed. "It's a confidential matter. I'm sorry I can't tell you. If that's the case, then this old man has no time to meddle in your affairs. You guys capture your Bo Yuqing. I'll continue to kill these damn people." Xiao Xiao laughed. "It's good to be in a relationship. We won't interfere with each other's affairs." "That's right. Did the two of you chase him all the way here from the Holy Region?" Qiu Mujia suddenly asked. Xiao Xiao was stunned. She became alert and said, "Sir Mujia, what do you mean by this?" "It's nothing. I just find it strange," Qiu Mujia said unhurriedly. "If not, the two of them and Bo Yuqing should have met in Fengling City. I'm very curious. Why did Wei Qing send you two to Fengling City?" The smile on Xiao Zhao's face was still there, but it was a little stiff. She forced a smile and said, "It's a secret, so I'm sorry I can't tell you." The hall quieted down, and no one made a sound. "Are you two lords from the Holy Region's Lord Wei Qing?" Yong Tianyun suddenly shouted. "I'm Luo Tian of the Soul Formation Realm. I would like to request the two of you to assist me in killing Qiu Mujia, the traitor of the Soul Formation Realm." The people from the Sea of Soul Formation also looked at Xiao Xiao with eager expressions. These two people seemed to have extraordinary strength. If they were willing to help, they might be able to go back alive. "Eh?" Xiao Zhao's face revealed a strange expression, and she said, "You think you're at the Sea of Soul Formation just because you say so? I don't even know you, okay? Please don't ask for help from strangers." Yong Tianyun's body swayed and teleported to Xiao Zhao's side. He hurriedly handed over a token that was neither gold nor jade and said, "This is my identification. The Sea of Soul Formation and the Saint Realm are the two great holy lands of the heavenly martial continent. They lead the group and work together to maintain the order of the continent. I hope that the two of you can take action and eliminate the evil." Xiao Xiao took the token and glanced at it. She fiddled with it in her hand and looked at Qiu Mujia with a strange expression. She smiled bitterly and said, "It's indeed the real token. This Wufu is really making things difficult for me. Lord Mujia, what do you think I should do?" "Do whatever you want. I'm not your master," Qiu Mujia sneered. "En Ingluo." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Then there's nothing we can do," she said in a low voice. "We're friends with Lord Mujia after all." Xiao Xiao clenched her hand and crushed the token into a ball, slapping it toward Yong Tianyun. "What? You?" Yong Tianyun was frightened. He didn't expect that Shi Yan would attack him all of a sudden. He immediately twisted the space and tried to escape. But to his horror, he found that the spatial power had been completely confined, and he could not move it at all with his power as a 9th-tier alchemist. Bang! The palm hit his chest, and the token that had been crushed into a ball penetrated his body and jolted out of his back. Then, Xiao Zhao's face revealed a look of anger. She raised her foot and stepped on it directly. Bang! The power of that kick landed on Yong Tianyun's body, directly pushing him into the ground, raising countless dust and gravel. TSK, TSK. A 9th-tier alchemist of a generation has been buried in the wilderness just like that. It's really sad. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands and smiled. You're from the Saint Realm, but you killed Grandmaster Yong Tianyun. Only then did the remaining alchemists of the Sea of Soul Formation realize what was going on. They were all shocked and angry, and even more so, They felt a sense of grief and indignation. Xiao looked at them coldly and said, "I've already told him not to ask for help from strangers. He didn't listen, so who can he blame?" He sneered in disdain and said sarcastically, "Are all alchemists such fools? Ha ha ha. Peepa." Xiao clenched his fists, and an explosive sound came from between his bony fingers, with thunder and lightning flashing on the tips of his fists. His face was livid and his eyes were burning with anger. Although he had only met Yong Tianyun once, they got along quite well. Moreover, his opponent was a ninth-tier alchemist, a grandmaster of his generation, yet he was killed by a villain. His dignity as an alchemist was completely trampled on. Bo Yuqing also stared at the pile of rubble below, Yong Tianyun's body hidden within, and the blood that was slowly seeping out, a cold light flashing through his eyes. "Is your Excellency Xianxia really Xianxia? Xianxia Bo? Yuqing? Sir Xianxia?" Luo Tian's trembling voice came from the warship. He was lying on the ground with poison all over his body and had completely lost the ability to move. "Luo Tian, it's me," Bo Yuqing said. "Don't talk and have a good rest. I'll save you later." His face was ice cold, and there was an indescribable expression in his eyes. "It's real, it's you, sir." Luo Tian's emotions became agitated. He trembled as he tried to use his hands to support his body, but he was completely unable to do so. An alchemist hurriedly flew down and helped Luo Tian up. Then he took out several golden needles and pricked him with them, and at the same time he took out several antidotes and put them into his mouth. Luo Tian didn't stop him. He looked up at the sky and felt a burst of absent-mindedness, unable to see Bo Yuqing's true face. After the acupuncture, his mind and injuries seemed to have stabilized. He slowly said, "It is all heaven's fortune to be able to see you again in this lifetime. For the sake of the Tao Arts branch, I hope that everyone can relay this matter back to the Sea of Soul Formation." Bo Yuqing frowned and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Qiu Mujie and said, "Give him the antidote." Qiu Mujie's expression changed to one of anger. He coldly snorted, "What a joke! Since this old man was the one who poisoned you, I won't cure it. Besides, who are you to me? What right do you have to order me around?" He mocked. "I'm not an order," Bo Yuqing said. "I can exchange conditions with you." "Oh? It's very interesting. I'll agree to your request if you exchange it with the item in your body," said Qiu Mujie with a smile. Yunxiao's expression flickered, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He naturally understood what Qiu Mujie was talking about. "Yes, I'll add on one more condition. Help me kill these two as well." Qiu Mujie's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. Xiao Zhao's expression changed drastically, and she said hurriedly, "Lord Mujie, we are on the same side. I just killed that ninth-tier alchemist, which is enough to show our stand." "Qiu Mujie," Bo Yuqing said coldly, "since Wei Qing sent you here to take Li Yunxiao, why did he send the two of them? Are you really a fool?" Xiao and Huan Mie's hearts sank at the same time, and they knew that this was not good. Xiao Zhao's expression sank, and she suddenly pointed a finger at Bo Yuqing, pointing it straight at his throat, shouting, "You're about to die. What nonsense are you spouting?" Bo Yuqing sneered, his left hand holding the sword at his waist as he retreated, laughing. "Weren't you very arrogant? What are you afraid of now?" The power of that finger pierced through the void and struck Bo Yuqing. Bo Yuqing's figure became dazed, disappearing in an instant, and appearing 1,000 feet away in the next moment. Xiao Zhao's face darkened. She looked at Qiu Mujie and said, "Sir Mujie, our alliance has been going on for a long time. I hope that Sir will not be incited by a few words." "Don't worry, I can still tell which is more important." Qiu Mujie nodded. Bo Yuqing stood in the distance, his expression changing. Xiao was overjoyed. "Sir Mujie, please help us," she said hurriedly. "Let's capture this man together." "All right," Qiu Mujie said. The black pool feathers on his body suddenly spread out, and spatial power instantly appeared. His body disappeared from the spot. Heaven string poison light. Suddenly, A strange red light appeared and directly pointed at Xiao Zhao's throat. Swish! Xiao Zhao's body shook slightly, and the red light broke through the air, shooting directly past his neck. The entire arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the scorpion tail behind Wuxia, which was raised up high. The scarlet poisonous needle chilled people's hearts as it pointed directly at Xiao Xiao. Everyone was confused. Didn't they just talk about cooperation? Did he hit the wrong person? Xiao Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her face turned extremely cold as she said in a cold voice, Lord Wuxia, don't you want to give me an explanation? Explain. Wuxia sneered and mocked. Isn't this heaven-string poison light the best explanation? Why? Xiao Zhao's face darkened. I don't understand. You don't understand? Think about what you just said. Wuxia's face turned cold and he said ferociously, You said that all alchemists are idiots? This sentence is enough for you to die 10,000 times. Just because of one sentence? Xiao Xiao opened her mouth wide and was completely stunned. She felt that she was lying. Humph. Just a single sentence? Insulting the supreme art Tao is a capital offense. Besides, do I need many reasons to kill a lowly person like you? Xiao Xiao only felt an indescribable grievance and felt that this was too much of a joke. These alchemists were indeed lunatics, and Wuxia was a lunatic among lunatics. He suppressed his anger and said, Wuxia, don't forget who my superior is. Without Lord Wei Qing's protection all these years, you would have been dismembered by the sea of soul formation. Are you so ungrateful? Ungrateful. Wuxia laughed out loud and said, Haha, to think you're still an adult. There's no free lunch in this world. Do you think that Wei Qing is Martial Emperor Lei Feng who doesn't care about himself but only benefits others and likes to help others? All right, Shishi. Xiao Zhao's face was gloomy as she said, Could it be that the benefits between you and Lord Wei Qing can't be compared to this kid? Do you know who this brat is? Wuxia sneered. Bo Yuqing? Xiao Xiao frowned and said, Bo Yuqing seems familiar, but I can't recall it at the moment. Forget it if you can't remember. Just be a muddled ghost in peace. Wuxia grinned hideously. He laughed loudly several times, and the aura on his body burst out as he slashed over with his saber. Xiao Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. As her eyes flickered, she raised her fist and smashed it down. Boom! He sent out a fist force, which violently shook the blade light. At the same time, he jumped back and said angrily with a vulture-like face, Wuxia, are you really going to betray your alliance with Lord Wei Qing? Bah! Wuxia said disdainfully, Do you really think I'm stupid? Since Wei Qing asked you to follow me, he must be wary of me or extremely distrustful of me. The cooperation between smart people cannot be V. The coldness on his face grew even more intense as he said coldly, And I've long been wary of Wei Qing. The appearance of Bo Yuqing is the best opportunity for me to get rid of Wei Qing's shackles. Xiao Xiao. Even if you didn't say those words, you will still die today. However, if you say it, you will die a worse death. Later, this old master will capture you alive and make you beg for death. Then, I will slowly cut open your stomach and head, pour in your feces, and let's see who is the real idiot. Xiao Xiao broke out in a cold sweat by the vicious method he mentioned. Her infinite anger burst out in an instant, and her killing intent was awe-inspiring. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! This is so funny. I'm really looking forward to that. Ha ha ha! Shut up! Kill, kill, kill! Xiao Xiao roared. Kill this lunatic for good, and scatter his ashes. Huanya stopped laughing and coldly said, I told you earlier that we would kill Feng Zijia and then capture Li Yunxiao. Then, Lord Wei Qing's mission would be completed, right? You just had to say that you would wait and see, and plan for the future, but now you've made the situation complicated. You deserve to have shit poured into your brain. Haha! Murderous intent burst out from Xiao Zhao's body as she said angrily, You still dare to say that? Wuxia's expression changed drastically as he furiously said, Good! So that Wei Qing sent you here to kill me. Xiao was shocked as well. He did not expect that Wei Qing had already set his eyes on him, and from the conversation between the two men, he learned that Wei Qing wanted to capture him alive. It seemed that he wanted to get some value from him. Humph, you half-fish, half-beast monster. Do you think Lord Wei Qing values you? Just like what I said, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have no more value, you idiot. Xiao Zhao's face was full of sarcasm, and she directly raised her middle finger in disdain. Wow, damn it. After I kill the two of you, I'll go kill Wei Qing. Qiu Mujia's eyes glowed with a vicious light as he unleashed his Blackpool feathers and disappeared from his original spot. Xiao Zhao's face darkened, and she immediately became extremely vigilant. Suddenly, he raised his fist and turned it into a palm in the air, slapping toward the void. Boom! The void exploded as Qiu Mujia's body appeared. He held his saber with both hands and blocked the power of the palm strike. He roared in rage, "Die!" Countless tentacles pierced down from above her head, instantly piercing countless holes in Xiao Zhao's body with a xiao xiao xiao. However, Tao Wu's face was expressionless, and his body suddenly became faint, leaving behind an afterimage. After that, the space flickered slightly and Xiao Xiao appeared directly on the battleship. Her eyes were cold as she stomped her feet and rushed up, pointing her finger at Qiu Mujia's forehead. Arrogant! Seeing that Tang Wulin still dared to approach him so casually, Qiu Mujia laughed out of extreme anger. He grabbed his padao with one hand and slashed down while his other hand transformed into a vicious claw and clawed at the air. Hoo! The padao cut through Xiao Zhao's body, and another afterimage was broken into two pieces. What? Startled, Qiu Mujia hurriedly retracted his sharp claws and placed them in front of him. Bang! A finger appeared in the air and touched his palm, releasing an extremely strong spiritual pressure and green light. Qiu Mujia felt an immense pain in his palm and couldn't help but feel shocked. His ominous claws could cut through gold and jade, and nothing could harm it. Yet, it was injured by a single finger from the other party. It was like a dream. Xiao Zhao's figure slowly emerged. Her finger turned into a faint golden color and was exceptionally sharp. Yunxiao's heart stirred. The aura exuding from the fingertip was the same as the aura of the gold spirit bug he carried, but purer. It's actually the metal spiritual energy. Qiu Mujia's eyes narrowed. The internal space of his battleship fish was also refined from this supreme element, so he was able to see through it with a single glance. He said in surprise, "To be able to refine the metal spiritual energy into one's own finger, that's an impressive achievement. Humph, the metal of the 5 elements in the world can cut all things. Can your netherworld claw withstand it?" Sky-splitting finger, Xiao Xiao sneered and shouted. Bang! An even sharper finger force exploded forth. Qiu Mujia's arm trembled as his ominous claws were actually pierced through by the golden radiance and shot toward his body. Bang! The golden light shot onto a dragon scale on his shoulder, causing sparks to fly. Damn it! Since you've come over, you can go to hell. Qiu Mujia was enraged. His padao spun in the air and slashed forward. At the same time, as the wings flapped, the 1,000 eyes opened. The surrounding space suddenly stagnated, and Xiao Zhao's strange movement technique lost its magical effect. After a pause, she transformed again. What the hell is this? Xiao Xiao was also shocked. He was very close to those eyes. No matter how strong his mental strength was, he would be scared to death if hundreds or thousands of eyes suddenly stared at him. Not to mention that these eyes were flashing with a strange force, which broke his body movement technique in an instant. At this moment, countless formation patterns emerged on the battleship fish. Suddenly, it launched a series of attacks which crisscrossed toward Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was horrified. He clenched his fists and kept blasting away the light beams of the formation. However, the entire space was shackled by the tens of millions of eyes, making it difficult for him to move his body. Damn it! Flying God, 10 consecutive slashes. He put his hands together in front of his body, and all 10 of his fingers were instantly covered in golden light. With a slap, They instantly turned into a large golden net and slashed out in all directions. Swish! The space was shattered into pieces. The golden net was indestructible and broke the shackles of the eye power in an instant. Xiao Zhao's figure flickered and was about to disappear on the spot. It's too difficult to leave. Qiu Mujia's face sank. Humph! Ha! The two sound waves merged into one, and the space in front of him suddenly exploded. The space fragments twisted by the golden net were swept up in the sound wave storm and annihilated together. A figure shot out of the storm and fled into the distance. Humph! A sneer appeared on Qiu Mujia's face as he spread open his fingers and instantly formed an incantation gesture. Countless scales immediately flew up from the battleship fish, forming a dense net of scales that covered the figure. Xiao Xiao was shocked. She operated the sky-splitting finger again and cut a passage through the rain of scales. Suddenly, with a flash of red light, the scorpion-tailed poisonous needle came to her in an instant. Eft! The power of the poison needle shot into his left shoulder and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Swish! Xiao Xiao made a prompt decision. With a flash of golden light on her finger, she cut off a piece of bone from her left shoulder. The flesh and bone that flew away immediately corroded in the air, turning into a pool of poisonous water in an instant. Xiao Zhao's face turned pale and unsightly. How is it? Huanya's expression was also grave. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and said, If both sides are exhausted, I will win without a doubt. But this monster's spiritual energy is never exhausted. How can we fight it? We can only cut the Gordian knot quickly and kill him before our elemental energy is greatly depleted, Huanya said with a frown. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. That's not a bad idea. But is that even possible? Qiu Mujia laughed wildly. Huan Mie's expression turned cold as he stepped out in the air, planning to attack. Suddenly, with a flash of green light, Bo Yuqing stood in front of him and said leisurely, You've been chasing me for so long. Don't you want to see my strength? Huan Mie and Xiao Zhao's faces turned very ugly. Bo Yuqing's strength was undoubtedly peak 9-star, and in a one-on-one fight, they might not even win. At this moment, they were fighting separately, and they had already fallen into the worst situation. Bo Yuqing's expression was cold as he walked towards Huan Mie. I've never killed a Saint Realm trash before. When he woke up, his monthly votes had returned to 3rd place. Everyone was so supportive. Huan Mie's expression was extremely serious as he slowly raised his hand. With a flash of light, a short bronze blade appeared. It was 1.5 feet long and covered with teeth. This blade is called Wushuan. He introduced the saber calmly, his eyes filled with love. His left hand gently stroked the blade. The black saber let out a joyful cry and became bright. Symbols surged and occasionally jumped into the sky, flickering. As his aura grew stronger, the world fell into a state of law. As his divine sense swept over the area, his body and Wu Xian became one. Bo Yuqing's eyes were cold and he didn't say anything. He just slowly pulled out his sword from his waist, and an extremely strong force surged out of his body, forming a vortex around him. Yunxiao's heart trembled. He was very familiar with the strange power outside Bo Yuqing's sword intent. It was the powerful force of Agarine. Could it be that he can already control the Agarine at will, or has the body of Extreme Yin already been formed? Yunxiao could not help but fall into deep thought. Huang Mie's pupils constricted as a hint of fear and dread flashed through the depths of his eyes. Wu Xian in his hand seemed to feel a great pressure, and instead cried out excitedly, his battle intent constantly rising. The two of them didn't make a move, but the aura that erupted from them had already turned the sky into 2 distinct colors. They squeezed out thousands of spiritual pressures and directly shook out a terrifying phenomenon. The heaven and earth collapsed and the sky was destroyed. In the distance, Xiao Zhao's expression changed several times. Finally, she heaved a long sigh and said, Huan Mie, stop. There's no need to fight. The mission has failed. Let's go. The aura that erupted from Bo Yuqing's body wasn't any weaker than Huan Mie's. On the other hand, he was no longer able to defeat Qiu Mujia. This battle was bound to end in defeat, and there was no longer any need for him to stay. As for Yunxiao, Fuichuan, and the few remaining alchemists from the Sea of Soul Formation, they were all ignored by Xiao. In his eyes, the combat power of those people would not even add a fraction to it. Huanmia's expression changed. After thinking for a moment, he put away Wuxian and looked at Bo Yuqing. "I'm looking forward to fighting you, but it might not be now." His face was filled with regret as he turned around to leave. "What a joke! Just because you say it's not, it's not? Then wouldn't I lose face?" Bo Yuqing's expression turned cold as he ridiculed. He spun the sword in his hand, and his eyes shot out tens of thousands of cold stars. He shouted, "It's not up to you to stay or leave." Wailing sword Yufeng realm control. A terrifying sword intent spread out, and like a black hole suddenly appearing, it continuously spread out. There was also an extremely strong sense of oppression that instantly enveloped the entire world. Qiu Mujia also looked over with a focused gaze, his green eyes flickering with a strange light. Huan Mie's expression changed and the black blade was unsealed again. A huge Fong sword appeared in the sky and he shouted, "Red Sun!" The giant blade spun in a circle and suddenly slashed towards the vast vortex around Bo Yuqing. Boom! The two forces collided and the universe was shattered. Heaven and earth were reversed and the sky was hanging upside down. Bang! A shockwave spread out, and Huanmia's body trembled. He was instantly sent flying back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Moreover, he only felt the qi and blood in his body roiling. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat, but he still forced it down. The aftershock of the impact caused the phantom to sway. He stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with horror. Under the aftershock of the shock, the shadow gradually solidified and Bo Yuqing slowly walked out. His face was still cold, endless waves charged at his body, but he wasn't hurt at all. What? This body Kasaya? Huanmia was shocked and his heart sank. It turned out that the other party's cultivation base was similar to his, but the strength of his physical body was far beyond his reach. If they continued to fight, they would lose more than they would win. "Let's go. Today is really unlucky." Xiao Zhao's figure suddenly appeared beside Huan Mie, shaking her head gloomily. "Leave? Did you ask me?" Bo Yuqing's face instantly turned gloomy, full of evil, and his face became strange. Yun Xiao was taken aback, and a vigilant look appeared on his face. "Hey!" Qiu Mujia sneered and flapped his wings. He appeared behind Xiao and Huan Mie and said, "Do the two of you think that you're Zhuoqing fan, and that you can come and go as you please?" Xiao Zhao's face was full of disdain as she ridiculed. "Do the two of you think that you're Ao Chongkong and that you can keep whoever you want? Then let's try it." The smile on Qiu Mujia's face vanished as the origin energy on his body began to circulate. The evil look in Bo Yuqing's eyes grew more and more intense, and a nebula even appeared behind him. His terrifying power seemed to be endless and constantly increasing. Qiu Mujia, stall them for a moment. I want them to know the consequences of insulting an alchemist. Xiao was startled and immediately felt that something was wrong. She snorted and said, "I don't have time to play with you." He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and countless runes surged out from his body, causing the two of them to become blurry. "You want to leave? Do you think I'm invisible? Stay." Qiu Mujia's expression changed as he roared in rage. He opened his 1,000 eyes and sealed the space. Swish! A beam of golden light appeared in Xiao Zhao's palm. As she clenched her fist, it suddenly burst out, and countless dazzling lights rushed in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cracks appeared in the sky like a spider web, and the power of the 1,000 eyes instantly broke through. Moreover, under the intense light, the countless eyes on the feather of the dark swamp instantly felt a piercing pain, and half of them were closed. What? Qiu Mujia was startled. The metal spiritual energy cut through the seal, and the two of them were instantly freed from the restraints of the eye. Woof! Goodbye, everyone. The next time we meet will be the day of your death. Xiao laughed coldly. He and Huanmia traveled 1,000 miles in a single step. In the blink of an eye, They were 1,000 feet away and were about to disappear into the distance. Suddenly, the space trembled and a cold voice said, "Small tricks." Yunxiao finally made his move. He stood in front of the two men and thrust his sword at them. "Li Yunxiao? What a joke. Even you want to make us stay. This world is really ridiculous." After a brief moment of shock, Xiao was extremely disdainful. Killing intent shot out from her eyes as she slapped out. Bang! The sword intent and Yunxiao's body were instantly shattered, and a thunderbolt emerged in the sky, turning into Yunxiao's true body. He also threw out a palm and sneered, "It's difficult for me to keep you alive, but if it's just to delay you for a few breaths, I'm sure I can do it." "You can do it? You're overestimating your own strength," Xiao sneered. "It's fine. I'll just capture you and take you away. At least I didn't come here in vain." His finger turned golden as he pointed it at Yunxiao's palm. Suddenly, 3 rays of light shot out from the palm. They spun non-stop and a small mountain suddenly fell. "Woof! You're the one who's using petty tricks." Although Xiao felt the extraordinariness of the 3-colored mountain peak, she didn't think much about it. After all, the power of his finger was enough to split a mountain and crack a rock. Thus, she pointed at it with a sneer. Bang! There was a huge tremor and a PA sound. The indestructible finger was broken. Xiao screamed in pain. In her horror, she hurriedly performed a secret movement skill and disappeared on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-colored Tusita heaven missed, but the entire space collapsed and shattered. The next moment, Xiao appeared not far away. She stared at her right index finger in shock and anger, which was completely bent backward at a right angle. Huanmie was also shocked. His face darkened, and Wuxian attacked Yunxiao again. Yunxiao smiled. He had been on guard and did not intend to fight with the two. Before Wuxian's attack reached him, he exploded on his own, turning into countless thunderbolts. His true form flashed in the lightning and kept the tricolor Tusita heaven before disappearing. Xiao suddenly straightened her broken finger and shouted, "This person is not simple, let's go." His face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that the mission would be easy, but he didn't expect to fall so far. "Leave first? It's too late." "Well done, young Master Yun." Bo Yuqing's cold voice rang out. Yunxiao suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away and said with a wry smile, "I can only do this much. It's up to you whether or not we can keep them here." "Yes." Bo Yuqing nodded and said, "Anyone who disgraces an alchemist, anyone who dares to trample on the dignity of an alchemist, must pay a painful price." As soon as Xiao and Huanmie's plan was exposed, they had become Yunxiao and Xiao Mujia's mortal enemies, and Bo Yuqing was also being chased by them. Yong Tianyun's death had become an opportunity for the 3 of them to unite against a common enemy. Besides, the relationship between Bo Yuqing and Yunxiao was complicated and strange, and it was a little inexplicable. Xiao and Huanmie's expressions changed drastically. They suddenly felt that they were being suppressed by a strange force, and they couldn't escape. At this moment, a strange power flashed on Bo Yuqing's body, like a star. The world suddenly fell into a strange state, and the entire space seemed to melt into water, slowly flowing. Everyone was taken aback, and Yunxiao stared at the Agarine's light without blinking, carefully observing the changes in the strange force. Xiao and Huanmie were greatly shocked. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable and depressed. An inexplicable fear welled up in their hearts. The 2 of them looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. They wanted to fight with all their might. All of a sudden, the strange force dissipated, and that uncomfortable feeling disappeared into thin air. Bo Yuqing's body suddenly trembled violently, the agarine on his forehead disappearing. His face was extremely pale, and bean-sized cold sweat poured down. What's going on? Except for Yunxiao, who knew that it was the backlash of the agarine, the others were all surprised and puzzled. "Oh? It seems that the cultivation method has backfired." "Ha ha ha ha!" Xiao laughed suddenly and said wildly, "If you want to keep us, you'll have to do it in your next life. As I said, all alchemists are idiots." "What, you're not convinced?" If you're not convinced, then come and hit me. Hit me! He put his hands to his ears and made a face. He even stuck out his tongue. Then, his figure began to fade and slowly disappeared in the midst of his sneer. Everyone was furious, but they were helpless. With the backlash from Boyu Qing's Agarine, Qiu Mujia's Thousand Eyes technique was no longer able to restrain the two of them. Damn it! Qiu Mujia was so angry that he roared and raised his padao to slash at Xiao Xiao. However, he only managed to destroy the shadow. Xiao Xiao's faint smile was full of ridicule. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the clouds split open. A crack appeared in the space, and a light wheel emerged. It was like the sun and the moon in the sky, and the stars came crashing down. What? Xiao Xiao's indifferent figure revealed a look of shock. The light wheel actually cut through the void and chased after his body. Then, a golden light appeared in the sky. It was his finger of metal spirit that he had straightened. He pointed it at the light wheel. Bang! The light wheel trembled violently. But in an instant, Xiao Xiao's scream was heard. Ah! Everyone looked over in shock. Wherever the light wheel passed, Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie's figures reappeared. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Xiao's entire arm was cut in half by the light wheel. Just like the sky, Qiu Mujia's pupils contracted. He had just fought with Xiao Xiao, so he naturally knew how powerful that finger that was infused with the metal spiritual energy was. It was understandable that the three-colored mountain peak was destroyed, but now it was cut in half by the light wheel. It was simply unbelievable and shocked him. Yunxiao's face changed as well. A profound level weapon began to spin in the wheel of light, and he immediately knew who had come. Not good! He suddenly exclaimed and turned into a bolt of lightning on the spot. Trying to escape, a cold voice rang out in the sky. You should stay too! As the strange force emerged, Yunxiao felt his body stagnate, as if he was being pressed down by Do Shui Tian, unable to move at all. He was shocked and his expression became extremely serious. Bo Yuqing's body also trembled, his pupils almost bursting out, his face full of horror. He was already suffering from the backlash of the Agarine, and now, in his shock, sweat poured down like rain, almost curling into a ball and trembling violently. Qiu Mujia was equally shocked. Although he did not know who the newcomer was, he knew that a man who could cut off the finger of gold spirit with one move, suppress Yunxiao with a single sentence, and make Bo Yuqing so afraid was definitely an earth-shaking person. He immediately became alert, feeling that the atmosphere between heaven and earth had become extremely oppressive. Fu Yichuan and the alchemist who had already formed one of his divine seas were at a loss. They had long given up on any battle because the difference in strength was too great. They would only become cannon fodder if they went up. They could only go with the flow, hoping that the final winner would let them go. Who is it? Who is it? Xiao Xiao looked around in horror. At this moment, his face was still filled with disbelief. If the pain from his broken arm was not so real, he would have thought it was an illusion. The wind and clouds suddenly rose between the heaven and earth. Under the flash of the aurora, tens of thousands of white spots slowly appeared. It was like a dream or a fog, as if a fairyland had descended. An imposing figure slowly flew over, only to see the sleeves of his clothes fluttering. His long hair tied up, but his true face could not be seen. The clouds behind the person gradually receded, and a long shadow crossed the sky light like colored glass. Huan Mie's face sank. He knew that he was in big trouble. He suddenly attacked with the black blade. If he couldn't defeat this person, he would probably die today. Red Sun! He shouted, and Wu Xian was released. He gathered his strength in the air and struck out. That person stopped in his tracks and raised his right hand to grab at the air. Suddenly, a ray of light flickered and returned to his left hand. It was a circular weapon with teeth. It was like a shield that was protecting his body. Appearing out of the blue, Mang Kuan Luan. A long poem was slowly recited from the person's mouth. A light flashed in his right hand and a sharp sword appeared. Suddenly, the sword light burned and slashed towards the red sun. I've seen all the spring in the human world. Boom! The entire Red Sun technique was completely destroyed by the sword. The terrifying sword force pierced through and directly slashed towards Huanmie and Xiao Xiao. Not good. Xiao Xiao's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and flashed away. She made a hand seal with one hand and disappeared on the spot with Huanmie. In the next moment, they appeared 10,000 meters above the ground, and their auras rose to the peak. Xiao Xiao grabbed a green bronze mirror with her left hand and suddenly unsealed it, turning it into an ancient sword in her hand. The blade of the sword was shining like a mirror, and tens of thousands of shadows emerged in the air. Die! Huanmie lifted Wu Xian up with both hands, and yellow light swirled around him, forming the image of a peerless blade. The two of them were mentally connected and knew that they had foreseen a crisis they had never seen before. They immediately joined forces without holding back and used the strongest skills in their lives. Jade Pure Sword Technique. Gaochen Heavenly Blade. The 10,000 illusionary swords and the domineering blade directly cut through the sky and the earth, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, surging over. The man didn't seem to feel it and continued to walk forward, reciting a poem. Fly up the Jade Dragon for 3 million tadpoles. The big sword was lifted up and spun in the air. That person formed a hand seal with one hand, and several incantation seals were slapped into it. The image of a true dragon appeared on the sword, and it split into tens of thousands of swords, slashing down in the sky. It's making the heavens cold. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of dragons were like carps in the river, galloping in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, and changing the color of the sky and earth. Boom! The Jade Pure Sword Technique and the Gaochen Heavenly Blade were instantly swept into the 10,000 dragons. The universe was suspended upside down, and the four extremes were reversed. Xiao Xiao and Huanmie were devoured by it, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Shocked, Yun Xiao cried out in surprise, "Bo Yuqing, attack together! Otherwise, no one will be able to escape." He no longer had any illusions. He immediately transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body. Each of his 6 arms held a profound level weapon. His aura instantly rose to the extreme. Qiu Mujia looked up at the sky in horror and was also shocked by Yun Xiao's sudden change. Bo Yuqing seemed to have sobered up, his eyes revealing great fear, but he still roared to encourage himself. He suddenly waved his long sword, and the wailing sword rain and wind were displayed, turning into a boundless sea of swords. "What?" The man snorted and said with endless contempt, "The summer melts, the river flows and gurgles." He opened his fingers and raised them high. A green cloud slowly rose from his hand and turned into a Rui scepter in the air, spinning. A vast and mighty force surged down, as if there were thousands of troops and horses galloping inside. Humans may be fish or turtles. The jade Rui suddenly fell, and the patterns on it were revealed one by one. It was a verdant mountain range that rose up to the sky, flying pavilions, flowing pills, and no land below. There were martial artists meditating on lotus thrones, boys pounding herbs in mountains, snow covering mountains, and bright candles in the south. Under the suppression of the jade Rui, Yun Xiao and Bo Yuqing felt that it was extremely difficult to circulate their energy, as if a great disaster was imminent. "Qiu Mujia, hurry up and attack. He won't let you off either way," Bo Yuqing roared. Qiu Mujia's entire body trembled. He had long been dumbstruck by the might of the heavens and earth. Although he didn't know who this person was, judging from the might and domineering aura, it was unlikely that he would be allowed to leave so easily. He also made up his mind and roared. His padao spun and a giant elephant phantom suddenly rushed up. Under the combined strength of the three, the jade Rui seemed to show signs of being suppressed. This was just their beautiful illusion, Ingluo. Who has ever spoken of 1,000 years of meritorious service? The sound of a poem rang out again, and it fell like jade. The mighty force was vast, and the joint attack of the three instantly collapsed. Boom! The entire world fell into chaos. All sound died out, leaving only a white mist, as if the world had not been separated. Yunxiao's body trembled violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. He felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his transcendence golden body was instantly beaten back to its original form. He was sent flying thousands of feet away before he could stop himself. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, not only were his meridians broken, but even his internal organs were twisted by the huge force. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. That stern figure finally descended from the clouds. The bright sky reflected his beauty, and those bright eyes that were like the moon gave people a kind of gentle and moving charm. At the end of the song Kuan Luan, the world was vast and everything was bleak. The entire world was filled with destructive qi. Other than the rustling wind, there was no other sound. Bo Yuqing finally couldn't help but cough violently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The color was strange, red with a hint of dark brown. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked, and two figures crawled out. They were Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie, both covered in blood and in a sorry state. Xiao Xiao's face was pale and she was panting. Her broken arm seemed to have stopped bleeding, but her whole body was more seriously injured, with thousands of holes. Huan Mie wasn't any better off. His entire body was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The arm holding the black blade was still trembling, and his face was ashen. Qiu Mujie was in a slightly better state. The formation on the battleship spun rapidly, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged up to make up for his losses. Spiritual energy was easy to replenish, but it was difficult to recover from injuries in a short period of time. His face was full of fear as he stared at the man vigilantly. With just a few simple moves, he had defeated the joint forces of four peak experts, and Yunxiao, who was not inferior to them, was also here. Was this man a divine transcendence? That person stretched out his hand and grabbed in the air. With a huala, Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie were instantly pulled into the air, unable to move their bodies. Who was the one who said he wanted someone to beat him up? His eyes turned cold, which made Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie tremble. At this moment, Xiao Xiao wished she could pull out her own tongue, so she said with difficulty, Your Excellency, we are the warriors under Saint Realm Lord Wei Qing. We hope that Your Excellency can help us. Wei Qing, the man interrupted him and frowned. I understand. You're talking about Wei Wuya's son, right? Tis K. Even if Wei Wuya were here, I'd still slap you to death in front of him. He opened his big hand and suddenly slapped down. Pa! The two of them were hit in the face by a huge force at the same time, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Their entire lower jaw was dislocated, and their heads were tilted to the side and almost broken. Ugly, embarrassing. The man spat and slapped them with his palm. With a bang, the bones and muscles of the two men were shattered and their bodies were turned into mud. The rest of the people all sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them aghast. Although he wanted to skin these two alive, the other party was also considered a peerless expert with monstrous martial strength. Yet they were so easily destroyed. This was the same as when he killed Yong Tianyun. The man's gaze swept across everyone. When he looked at each of them, their hearts turned cold, as if they could see through their hearts in an instant. Yunxiao smiled wryly and helplessly, knowing that he was in big trouble. Bo Yuqing's face was pale, his body trembling violently, and his feet actually retreated. The man squinted his eyes and stared at him. After a while, he smiled indifferently and said, My poor disciple is the Neo-Knight Fun. Bo Yuqing's voice trembled. Emma Master Hu. He bent into a ball, almost kneeling on the spot. What? Everyone except Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath, especially Luo Tian, who seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with horror, and his body, which had just stabilized from the poison, began to tremble again. Qiu Mujie's mind was also blank, and he was unable to think. He said in a daze, A master? Bo Yuqing's master Xianxia. You still recognize me? Do you still think I'm your master? Yu Shengfeng said indifferently with a cold smile. Plop! Bo Yuqing couldn't hold on any longer. His psychological defense instantly collapsed. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed desperately, crying and crying. "Master, master! I was wrong, I was wrong!" Gulp! The rest of the people swallowed their saliva and finally understood who the person in front of them was. They no longer had any doubts. Yu Shengfeng raised his cold eyes and looked at him indifferently. What a stupid disciple! Not only was he used by Lu Congzi to deceive his master and destroy his ancestor, but he also became someone else's experiment. I, Chu Shengfeng, don't have such a stupid disciple. It seems that the two Saint Realm scumbags were right. There are many idiots among alchemists. Bo Yuqing knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, not daring to say a word. The backlash of the Agarine had not been completely suppressed, and his face was full of pain. Yu Shengfeng ignored him, but turned his eyes to Yunxiao and said with a faint smile, "Li Yunxiao, long time no see. Your progress is so fast that it makes me feel uneasy." Yunxiao smiled wryly. "You're too kind, Lord Shi Shengfeng. I should congratulate you for completely fusing with this body and directly achieving the dual extreme divine body, turning your physical body into a saint." The rest of the people trembled in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Although they didn't fully understand what he meant, peak experts like them naturally understood what it meant to sanctify one's body. Qiu Mujia's huge body was trembling slightly. His life goal was to sanctify his physical body. He had researched for his entire life, but he still couldn't achieve his current state. Yet, he had to watch someone else achieve it. Yu Shengfeng's sword-like eyebrows rose, but he didn't comment. He smiled and said, "I regret not being able to kill you in the battle that day. Now, I can finally fulfill my wish." Yunxiao's face flickered as he said with a wry smile, "Sir Yu Shengfeng's cultivation has reached the peak and stands at the peak of the continent. Would he still be bothered by a small fry like me? In addition, you and I can be considered to be fated. Whether it was when you escaped from the pink crystal dust or when you obtained this body, I did a lot. What you said is true, but that's not a reason for you to continue living," Yu Shengfeng said with a frown. Yunxiao's heart jolted, as if he had heard something. The other party did not seem to want to kill him that much, and perhaps there was still a chance of survival. As for running away, he had completely given up on that thought. Even if all the experts in the Divine Realm tablet were to come out, it would still be impossible. "Then, what is the reason for me to continue living?" he asked tentatively. "It's simple," replied Yu Shengfeng. "Hand over 3 things, the Devil Essence Lock, the Ice Fiend Heart Flame, and the soul-refining divine art. Then, swear your allegiance to me." When he saw Yunxiao remain silent, he sneered. "What? Could it be that these things are more important than your life?" "I can return the Fiend Essence Lock to you," Yunxiao said. "I can't control the Ice Fiend Heart Flame myself, so I'll give it to you if I can. As for the soul-refining divine art, I haven't fully mastered it yet. As a top alchemist, you should know that I have not mastered it, so how can I pass it on? Then how about loyalty? We can work together happily. Why force each other? If you can't do these things, you won't be able to live," Yu Shengfeng said indifferently. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "If you really kill me, my lord," Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "the soul-refining divine art will be lost forever." "What, are you afraid of death?" Yu Shengfeng suddenly laughed. Yunxiao clenched his right fist and coughed twice before he said, "Although I'm not that afraid of death, I don't want to die if I can. Let me think about a few things." Yu Shengfeng nodded and said, "You don't have any choice, but I can give you time. You're a smart person, so you should understand that you can't play any tricks in my hands." Yunxiao remained silent. He knew the strength of a divine transcendence better than anyone else present, and it was indeed impossible for him to escape. When he saw Yunxiao's silence, Yu Shengfeng sneered and turned his eyes to Qiu Mujia. Qiu Mujia's entire body trembled as he instantly became extremely vigilant. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The man in front of him was a legendary existence, the master of the current leader of the Art Dao. Yu Shengfeng looked at him and nodded. "That's right. Although it's a little disgusting, it's also a strange way. The sword is unconventional to the extreme, but you can still control it. Record all your knowledge and pledge your loyalty to me, and you can live. Qiu Mujia's face darkened and revealed a vicious expression. He furiously said, "This is the result of my lifetime of hard work. Why should I give it to you?" "I can understand your feelings," said Yu Shengfeng. "But you have to understand that I'm also an alchemist, and the fact that I think highly of your research is enough to prove that your research is valuable. In addition, you have no other choice." "There's no need for proof," Qiu Mujia angrily said. "If I don't want to give it, no one can take it away." Yu Shengfeng laughed and said, "It's true that I don't have the confidence to search the souls of top alchemists like you, and neither do I have the confidence to search Yunxiao's soul. I can only take your lives with my own strength and use it to threaten you. If you're not afraid of death, Lao Ai," he said coldly, "then I'm really going to die today. Don't underestimate me." Qiu Mujia was enraged. He suddenly spread his wings and was about to leave. "What a joke!" Yu Shengfeng revealed a speechless expression and shook his head. "I'm starting to believe what those two scumbags said. Alchemists are indeed not very smart sometimes." With a flash, he disappeared on the spot with a bang. Boom! Qiu Mujia's body trembled, and all of his spatial energy dissipated as he fell back to his original position. Yu Shengfeng placed his hands behind his back and coldly stood on the battleship. He observed his surroundings as if he was looking around. "Damn it!" Qiu Mujia was shocked and furious. He raised his long tail and suddenly pointed it down. Heaven string poison light. With a flash of red light, it instantly fell. Yu Shengfeng raised his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab it. Bang! A strange force condensed between his 5 fingers and shackled the poisonous tail, making it unable to touch his skin. 5-flower scorpion tail. It's a rare item. Yu Shengfeng clenched his fist and with a bang, the scorpion tail was crushed. "You coward!" Qiu Mujia was furious and raised his padao, about to slash down. Yu Shengfeng's face turned cold as he said, "I don't have time to waste with you. Those who follow will prosper, and those who resist will perish. This is a principle that has never changed since the ancient times." Clang! A light flashed in his hand, and the underworld will flew out. With a bang, the padao was instantly broken. "What?" Qiu Mujia was greatly shocked. Before he could react, the light will spun and sliced off one of his arms. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, his face covered in cold sweat. Under the cold light of the dark wheel, the aura of death, which had not been felt for a long time, once again surged into his heart. "Surrender or die," Yu Shengfeng said coldly. Qiu Mujia spoke with great difficulty. "I also need some time to consider." "All right, I'll give you the same treatment." Yu Shengfeng laughed. He flew up into the air, formed a hand seal with one hand, and slammed it out. The incantation seal flashed in the air, then immediately split into 2 and shot toward Qiu Mujia and Yunxiao. The two's pupils contracted. The seal was not strong and could be completely blocked. However, both of them knew that this was a restriction. If they blocked it, they were afraid that there would be more powerful means to impose on them. Therefore, they looked bitter and watched the brand enter their bodies. Bang! Bang! The two of them shuddered as they felt an extremely overbearing force drill into their bodies, disappearing in a flash. Then, a ball of white light appeared above his dantian. It was like a floating cloud. It had no aura, but it hung there quietly without moving. Both of them were top-notch alchemists, and they could immediately sense the abnormality of the restrictive barrier, and their faces twisted into bitter gourds. Only then did Yu Shengfeng no longer pay attention to the two. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Tian and said, "You are the leader sent by the Sea of Soul Formation to the Red Moon City?" Luo Tian's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. He forced himself to stand up and bowed deeply. Luo Tian greets Lord Chu Shengfeng. The handsome man in front of him was already a legendary existence when he had just stepped into the Art Dao. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Yu Shengfeng's body was unusually strong and young, and it definitely wasn't the kind that changed his bone age and appearance. Could it be that Sir Chu Shengfeng had already become a warlock god? Luo Tian's heart trembled. and his attitude became even more humble. "Not bad," Yu Shengfeng said. "You've made great achievements. Are you willing to submit to me?" Luo Tian said bitterly, "Why do you say that, my lord? Don't tell me that Darren is—" Yu Shengfeng interrupted. "Stop pretending. I've already sent someone to look for you, and you should be very clear about the current situation in the Sea of Soul Formation. I and my traitorous disciple Lu Zongzi are irreconcilable. Surrender or die. It's your choice." His face was stern, and there was an indescribable aura around him that was difficult to resist. "I'm firmly in third place with 50 monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Friends who still have tickets in hand, continue to throw them and strive to be stable until the end of the month." Luo Tian's face was full of bitterness, but a flash of determination appeared. "Since that's the case, Luo Tian will choose death. What made you so persistent that you don't even care about your life?" Yu Shengfeng frowned. Luo Tian said solemnly, "Luo Tian is indebted to Lord Lu Zongzi's kindness. That's why he has achieved what he has today. I'm already feeling guilty that I can't help you. How can I betray you?" "Haha, you're quite loyal. It's a pity that Lu Zongzi betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestor. Is such an immoral person worth your life?" Yu Shengfeng's smile froze. He grabbed at the air and a ball of light appeared. He said coldly, "You're the same as the other two. Think about it." The light seemed to be different from the previous two and shot into Luo Tian's body, forming a strange symbol in front of him before disappearing. How could Luo Tian's weak body withstand this torment? He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his complexion improved, as if his vitality was constantly recovering. "This seal is so powerful." His face was full of shock. Yu Shengfeng sneered coldly. "I have many peerless techniques in my hands. Back then, Lu Zongzi attacked me in a hurry, so many things were not passed down. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid they would have been lost. Not only is he deceiving his master and betraying his ancestor, he's also a malignant tumor of the art Tao. Sir Ren, you can't change my mind even if you exaggerate so much." Luo Tian's expression changed and he said coldly. Yu Shengfeng laughed. "The spirit enslavement seal curse I just cast on you contains the chi of life and death. You can live and die. I know you're not afraid of death, but I'm going to make you beg for death. This spell is the best way to wear down your will. As far as I know, there are only a few who can survive it." Luo Tian's face was cold and filled with anger. Yu Shengfeng seemed to be very confident in his incantation seal. He walked away from Luo Tian and turned to the other alchemists, saying, "Your cultivation isn't bad either, choose." Those few people were extremely embarrassed. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Yu Shengfeng's face turned cold as he said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but it's not indispensable. If you feel that it's difficult, this Lord will send you directly to heaven." Who asked this Lord to be kind and not like to make things difficult for others? Those few people were shocked. Finally, someone couldn't bear it under Chu Shengfeng's imposing manner. He stood out and bowed to the end, saying, "We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, sir. You are the leader of the Sea of Soul Formation and the orthodox Tao of sorcery in the world. It is only natural for us to respond to your call. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, sir, and pledge our allegiance to the orthodox Tao of magic." The rest of the people no longer had any concerns, and they all submitted, bowing to the end. "Haha, you're very tactful. As an alchemist, not only do you have to study the art of alchemy, but you also have to open your mind more often so as not to become an idiot. Not only will you be laughed at, but you will also easily fall into a desperate situation." Yu Shengfeng began to teach him a lesson. "Yes, I will follow Darren's teachings." Everyone responded in unison, bowing their bodies and not daring to raise their heads. Only then did Yu Shengfeng look satisfied. He turned to Fu Yichuan and said, "How about you?" Fu Yichuan's heart clenched. He quickly went forward and bowed. "I'm Fu Yichuan. Greetings, Sir Chu Shengfeng. Your strength is not bad. Are you willing to submit to me?" Yu Shengfeng said. "Me? I'm an elder of the Red Moon City, not someone from the Sea of Soul Formation." Fu Yichuan quickly replied. Oh, so you're saying that you're useless? Yu Shengfeng said indifferently, the killing intent in his eyes slowly gathering. Fu Yichuan felt the pressure, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and said, I am willing to submit to you, sir. He thought to himself, this person in front of me killed 2 9-star pinnacle experts of the holy region without even blinking an eye. In his eyes, I'm probably not even comparable to an ant. If I don't submit soon, I'll probably lose my chance. Humph, you're smart. I need the power of the Red Moon City, so you can be the spy, Yu Shengfeng said coldly. With a casual slap, Fu Yichuan fell on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt pain all over his body and trembled violently. However, he quickly stood up and walked forward with big steps. He cupped his hands and said, Yes, we will follow your orders. Even though he was forced to submit, Fu Yichuan felt a strange feeling in his heart. Instead, he felt relaxed and a little happy. Since Red Moon City was taken over by Tang Qing, these old people had not been treated well. Their former nobility was no longer there, and their resources were also tightly limited. Their hearts had always been unusually depressed. At this moment, submitting to Nie Shengfeng was more than 100 times more glorious than submitting to Tang Qing. It seemed that the long-term depression had been swept away. Luo Tian, what's the relationship between the Sea of Soul Formation and Red Moon City? Asked Tong Shengfeng. What's Lu Zongzi's attitude towards the Red Moon City? Luo Tian's expression turned ugly. He slowly closed his eyes and ignored the man. Humph. Being stubborn is just a waste of time. But there's no other way. Yu Shengfeng's palm struck Luo Tian's chest with a pa sound, and the seal that had been hidden before suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Luo Tian's face contorted and his body twitched violently as he howled in pain. Yu Shengfeng said indifferently, It's only physical pain now. Later, it will slowly seep into your spirit and erode your soul. You will experience endless pain in your consciousness. In an instant, it'll be 100 years of pain. Luo Tian was drenched in cold sweat as he curled up on the ground and trembled. It was as if he could no longer hear clearly. The rest of the people's faces changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Even Yunxiao and Xiao Mujia's eyes turned cold, and they couldn't help but sneak a glance at each other, as if they wanted to discuss something. However, in front of Yu Shengfeng, he didn't dare to make it too obvious. After a glance, he immediately regained his calm. Xiao Mujia had also recovered from his terrifying half-fish beast state. He had applied some white ointment on his broken arm, and just like that, it was reattached. He was actually still able to move freely. The battleship fish instantly transformed into the size of a normal carp and was even a little cute as it swam around Xiao Mujia. They were all alchemists, so they were not surprised. Bo Yuqing was still prostrating on the ground, not daring to raise his head, but the backlash from the Agarine seemed to have weakened, and his trembling was no longer as strong as before. Fu Yichuan, why don't you tell us? Tong Shengfeng said. Tell me as much as you know about the current situation between the Sea of Soul Formation and the Red Moon City. Yes. Yes, Fu Yichuan replied. After the depression in his heart was swept away, he was full of energy. Submitting to Chu Shengfeng seemed to have become an extremely glorious and correct thing to do. His only worry now was his family in the city, and he had already begun planning how to evacuate them all. After Tang Qing took over the Red Moon City, the attitude of the Soul Formation Sea towards the city has been very erratic and unpredictable. In the war between the two races, Tang Qing used a large number of resources to exchange for the support of the Sea of Soul Formation, and the relationship between the two sects became closer. Fu Yichuan went on, telling him everything. Although he was not directly related to Tang Qing, he was the leader of the old forces in Red Moon City. All kinds of operations were handled by him, so he knew very detailed information. After hearing this, Yu Shengfeng's expression turned cold and he sneered. Tang Qing is really generous. He actually gave half of the resources accumulated by the Red Moon City for countless years to the Sea of Soul Formation. This kind of generosity is even a little crazy. Fu Yichuan's face was full of grief and indignation as he complained. In order to secure his position, Tang Qing is willing to do anything. let alone giving up half of it. I'm afraid he would even give up all of it. After countless generations of accumulation, the Red Moon City is as rich as a country. In just a few years, not only have they lost their financial resources and foundation, but they have also lost countless masters. They have long lost their former glory. Yu Shengfeng frowned and said, "Is that so? That's going to be a little troublesome." "Sir, what trouble are you talking about?" Fu Yichuan was stunned. Yu Shengfeng placed his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. He suddenly asked, "Li Yunxiao, what do you think I should do?" Yunxiao was taken aback. He did not expect that Yu Shengfeng would consult him. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "There are only two problems that my lord mentioned." "Oh!" A cold light flashed in Yu Shengfeng's eyes. "Tell me about it." "First," Yunxiao said, "the relationship between Red Moon City and the Sea of Soul Formation is not shallow, and it has reached an unshakable level. Or rather, the relationship between the Soul Formation Sea of Red Moon City and Lu Congzi could not be shaken. Just think about the alliance that Tang Qing had exchanged half of what the Red Moon City had for. If he gave it up easily, wouldn't the heavenly resources he had given out be for nothing? Even you and I wouldn't do this kind of thing, let alone Tang Qing, a businessman who started his family." Fu Yichuan was shocked. He muttered to himself, "That's true. In order to establish a relationship with the Sea of Soul Formation, Tang Qing has put in a lot of effort in addition to the huge transmission of benefits. Tang Qing's idea may be to tie the Sea of Soul Formation to his chariot, support himself to sit firmly in the position, and in turn support Red Moon City to slowly grow." "And the second one?" asked Yu Shengfeng. "Second," Yunxiao said, "Red Moon City is of little value to you, my lord. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. Although the Red Moon City and the Sea of Soul Formation are tightly bound, there is no alliance that cannot be broken as long as there are enough benefits." Yu Shengfeng snorted and said, "Where do you want me to find such a great benefit to rope in Red Moon City?" "You're joking, my lord," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You're joking. The most precious thing in the world was nothing more than one's own life. With your extraordinary strength, would Tang Qing dare to resist if you put a knife to his neck?" Yu Shengfeng's eyes shot out a cold light as he said, "You want me to hijack the Red Moon City?" "No." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "This is exactly what I meant by chicken ribs. No one could predict the fluctuations that would be caused by the kidnapping of Tang Qingyi and the kidnapping of Red Moon City. There's so much unknown ahead. Even if we manage to obtain the Red Moon City, according to Lord Fu Yichuan, the Red Moon City is now only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's tasteless." Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank as he praised, "What a good tasteless, but a pity to throw away. Li Yunxiao, your wisdom and intelligence make me a little uneasy. I've already been hit by your strange seal," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "Don't you have confidence in your own technique, my lord?" Yu Shengfeng's eyes flickered with a cold light. "I did, but I suddenly feel that you are even stranger than my Jinji." "My fate with you is not shallow," Yunxiao said. "Besides, there is no real conflict of interest between us. We can totally work together and benefit from it." "That's true. But the feeling you give me is too terrifying," said Yu Shengfeng. Fu Yichuan and Qiu Mujie were a little puzzled. They did not understand why such a powerful man like Lin Shengfeng would be afraid of Yunxiao. "My lord," Yunxiao said, "whether I'm scary or not has little to do with you. What His Excellency wanted was to seek revenge from Lu Congzi and take back the Sea of Soul Formation. And after that, it was nothing more than searching for the God Realm Dao and that wispy opportunity. I can assist you in resisting the Sea of Soul Formation together. As for the matter of bowing down to you and becoming your servant, I'm sorry." Yunxiao chuckled. I'm still young. I've been a servant for someone else a long time. How can I raise my head and mingle with the people on the continent in the future?" Fu Yichuan's face turned red instantly. He was embarrassed and angry, and his eyes flashed with anger. The rest of the alchemists from the Sea of Soul Formation also lowered their heads, their faces dark. Yu Shengfeng said coldly, "You're good with words. You'll free yourself whenever you have the chance. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. You can continue to talk about it. Red Moon City has become of little value. Then what should I do? Do you want to eat this chicken rib or not? His face was calm, but his eyes were focused and flickered. Obviously, he valued Xianxia's opinion very much. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Of course I won't eat it, but I can't just abandon it. Neither eating nor abandoning, what is the meaning of this?" A piece of chicken rib is actually already in Lu Congzi's mouth. It's tasteless to eat it when you took it, but Lu Congzi ate it with relish. Why don't you put some shit on this chicken rib so that he'll vomit it out after eating it? The flesh on Yu Shengfeng's face trembled slightly, revealing a disgusted expression as he said, "What do you mean?" Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "Kill Tang Qing." Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Yunxiao in disbelief, thinking that he was a madman. Shocked, Fu Yichuan's eyes rolled. He seemed to understand Yunxiao's meaning, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. He knew that this kid was trying to kill him with a borrowed knife. He knew the relationship between Yunxiao and Jiang Ruobing, but it would only do him good if he killed Tang Qing, so he did not point it out. "Haha, you're really daring." Yu Shengfeng laughed and said, "Tang Qing is nothing, but the Lord of the Red Moon City can't be killed so easily. Once Tang Qing is dead, unless someone can take over this position and quickly stabilize the situation, the impact will be incalculable." He looked at Yunxiao with a profound look and said, "Don't tell me you have a grudge against Tang Qing and deliberately tricked me into being a gun." Yunxiao smiled. "There is indeed a small conflict between us. Can only show that my lord and I share a common interest. If we work together, we will both benefit." "Humph, stop talking nonsense. It's impossible to kill Tang Qing." Yu Shengfeng said coldly, "If you kill the Red Moon City's master, you'll really lead this lord to a desperate situation. At that time, not only Lu Congzi, but the Sacred Zone would also send people to deal with me. I'm not arrogant enough to deal with the people of the world. What if I don't need you to do it, my lord?" Yunxiao chuckled. "What if I find someone else?" "Who?" Yu Shengfeng frowned. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, "It's me," he said. "You?" Everyone was shocked. Yu Shengfeng suddenly smiled and said, "You really have a grudge with Tang Qing?" "Let's not talk about me and Tang Qing," Yunxiao said. "Don't you think this is a feasible solution, my lord?" Yu Shengfeng pondered and said, "If you can kill Tang Qing and stir up the waters of the Red Moon City, Lu Congzi will lose a helper. It is indeed a good choice. At least it will not be a loss for me. However, are you confident that you can kill him?" "No," Yunxiao said. "I don't have any confidence. But if Darren is willing to help me, then the chances are extremely high." Yu Shengfeng gave him a strange look and praised, "Li Yunxiao, I have to admire your thinking and eloquence. You really convinced me. It's easy to form an alliance when our interests are aligned," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Darren is a smart person and not how powerful I am. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? If this pool of water sinks too deep, I might not do it," said Yu Shengfeng. Yunxiao's eyes were smiling as he said, "My lord, you have control of all heaven now. As long as you hide among the people of the Sea of Soul Formation and help me with your identity, you will be able to kill me. Even if we fail to kill Tang Qing, it will create a barrier between Tang Qing and Lu Congzi. Once the alliance loses trust, it will soon collapse." Yu Shengfeng's eyes lit up and he said, "This plan is feasible. When do we make our move?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and the way they looked at Yunxiao became extremely fearful. This young man not only had extraordinary strength, but he was also very meticulous and shrewd. Fu Yichuan started to feel a little scared. Not only did such a scheme win Chu Xingfeng's trust and give him the leverage to escape, but it also helped him find such a powerful ally to deal with Tang Qing. He had thought that Yunxiao's fight against Red Moon City was undoubtedly like an egg striking a stone, but at this moment, he had a vague hope of success. Under his own restraints and in a desperate situation, he was still able to turn from guest to host and lead Hu Shengfeng by the nose. Such a scheme made him feel a burst of fear. Qiu Mujia's expression was gloomy as well. No one knew what he was thinking. Yunxiao clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, Tang Xian's wedding will be the best time. All right, let's take Tang Xian's wedding as the time, said Tong Shengfeng. I'll leave with my men as soon as the time is up. You can clean up the mess yourself. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he smiled and said, Sir, don't worry. As long as you help me on the wedding day, I'll settle the rest myself. Yu Shengfeng nodded and said, Before you attack, give me those 3 items. If you can still live after this, then come to me with this jade pendant. I'll help you remove the restriction on your body. He threw a jade pendant to Yunxiao. Yunxiao frowned slightly and said with a wry smile, The older the ginger, the spicier it was. If his Red Moon City did not die, it would still be under his control. However, he didn't have time to think about it anymore. It was already a great surprise that he was able to get Yu Shengfeng's help. Previously, he was worried about the forces behind Tang Qing. Now, with the extraordinary master, Yu Shengfeng, here, even if he couldn't kill Tang Qing, he was confident that he could at least take Jiang Ruobing away. I'll need you to deal with this matter, Yu Shengfeng said to Fu Yichuan. Cooperate with Li Yunxiao. Yes. Yes, Fu Yichuan replied hurriedly. He started to come up with a plan in his mind. He was the most sincere person to rely on Nie Shengfeng. He also knew that his price wasn't high and hoped to make some achievements. At this moment, Luo Tian was lying on the ground, motionless, as if he had completely fainted. Yu Shengfeng pointed his finger in the air, and with a pu sound, one of his acupuncture points exploded. It was so painful that he immediately jumped up, his face full of pain. To everyone's surprise, the poison in Luo Tian's body seemed to have been mostly expelled, and he was full of vitality. Qiu Mujie's expression became even gloomier. His 5-flower scorpion poison was considered an ultimate poison and was extremely rare. He originally thought that no one in the world except him could cure it, but he didn't expect it to be so easily dissolved by Sun Shengfeng. Luo Tian sobered up from the intense pain, and a trace of doubt and dullness flashed through his eyes. His face immediately turned pale, and his face was filled with fear as his body trembled. Yu Shengfeng seemed to have expected this and turned a blind eye to his appearance. Luo Tian, you'll still be leading the group. Return to Red Moon City. Just say that their mission to capture Yunxiao and Qiu Mujie had failed and that they had suffered heavy casualties. The few of us will become your followers. It's Lord Xuanji. Luo Tian bit his lips, his eyes filled with fear and shame. He finally gave in. Yu Shengfeng glanced at Bo Yuqing, who was lying on the ground, and said, Idiot, you should get up too. And Master Xianxia. Bo Yuqing finally dared to speak, but he was still sweating. Humph. You've already remembered that I'm your master? Tell me, is the Agarine fun? Yu Shengfeng bent down, his eyes cold. Bo Yuqing's face was bitter, and he didn't know how to answer. He could only bitterly say, It's not fun. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat, and they couldn't bear to look at it. Although Bo Yuqing was Chu Shengfeng's disciple and it was nothing to be beaten, scolded, and taught a few lessons, he was still a powerful expert after all, skilled in both martial arts and technique, and the junior brother of the world's chief of alchemy, so he had to give him some face. Just as everyone was thinking, suddenly, Yu Shengfeng's figure moved and he stepped over, directly stomping Bo Yuqing's head into the ground. Bang! The ground cracked and shattered as Bo Yuqing's entire upper body was stuck in the ground. There was a slight sound of cold air, and everyone was sweating. After that kick, Yu Shengfeng seemed to have calmed down a little. He went forward and directly grabbed Bo Yuqing's hair, pulled him out, and kicked him in the butt. How could Bo Yuqing dare to resist? He was sent flying dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. He was in a sorry state and his hair was a mess. You embarrassing thing. I'll let you stay by my side for now. I'll decide how to deal with you after I see your performance in the future. Yu Shengfeng snorted coldly and left with a wave of his long sleeves. Everyone did not dare to say a word and followed behind him. Yunxiao looked back at the ground. A cloud of fire flashed between his eyebrows, and a huge phoenix flew down and burned all the traces to ashes. In the flames, the spirit god battleship slowly rose into the air. It suddenly turned into a ray of light and headed toward Red Moon City. I'm a little busy today, so I didn't control the time well. I'll try to keep the updates on time. Within the purple cloud peak, a sea of clouds covered the peak of a mountain. Under the sunlight, it was as red as a pill. Suddenly, a line in the clouds turned into a strange color, and the extreme sky shook. The red light turned into a five-colored light, which was a mix of crimson and bright. The five colors gathered from all directions and formed an ancient bronze door with hundreds of nails on it. The two huge bronze rings looked like snakes and dragons. He's out. On the peak of the mountain, two warriors flew out of an octagonal pavilion and looked up at the clouds with surprise. The two huge bronze rings turned and transformed into long snakes that slithered around. The door nails flashed with a myriad of colors and slowly gathered into various formations. Swish! The heavy and thick copper door of unknown weight slowly opened, and the two martial artists were overjoyed. Just as they were about to inspect it, they felt a wave of spiritual power hit them in the face. The two of them were shocked at the same time. The strength of the spiritual energy almost swept through the entire space. Bang! Bang! The two of them were sent flying at the same time. They spat out a mouthful of blood and were extremely frightened. After the spiritual power spread out, the copper door had disappeared into the clouds, and only a man in embroidered clothes stood with his hands behind his back. The two of them were shocked and hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Greetings, young Master Tang Xian. The young master has finally come out of seclusion. The person in front of him was Tang Xian. Spiritual light surged all over his body, and his body seemed to become a little transparent. After a while, it gradually became solid. The two martial artists were shocked. Tang Xian had just broken through to the martial emperor realm when she started her closed-door cultivation, but they could not detect her cultivation at this moment, and there was a very terrifying aura vaguely. What time is it? Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes were misty as she looked at the sky lazily, as if everything was like a few floating clouds in the sky. Young master, there are still 3 days before the wedding. If young master still doesn't come out of seclusion, I'm afraid that the first master will send someone to forcefully break out. One of the warriors said hurriedly. Break through by force? Humph. Tang Xian waved her hand. He knows the importance of my closed-door cultivation this time. If I don't show up in 3 days, the old man will probably find someone to replace me. This buy-in. The two cultivators' expressions became strange, both of them wearing a look of disbelief. After all, the wedding was announced to the world, and the strong would gather. Sending a substitute would not be able to hide it from the eyes and ears of the world. Moreover, everyone knew the purpose of this wedding. It was to win over the Jiang family and appease the old forces in the Red Moon City, so that Tang Qing's position would be more stable. After the battle with the Sea Race, the strength of the entire eastern region was greatly weakened, and the Red Moon City also suffered heavy losses. However, on the contrary, Tang Qing's prestige was gradually rising, and she had basically taken full control of the Red Moon City. With this marriage, there would be no future trouble. Therefore, this wedding was an extremely important marriage in the eyes of many forces in the world. It symbolized the replacement of the old and the new in Red Moon City, and the beginning of the era of the Tang family's dominance. Tang Xian saw that they didn't believe her and laughed. Do you think that the old master wants to secure his position as the overlord through marriage with the Jiang family? Haha, what a bunch of ants. This is also why my father is the master of Red Moon City and you are not. Tang Xian's face was full of sarcasm. The two martial artists looked at each other and lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. They did not know what he meant. A light flashed in Tang Xian's eyes, and there were runes moving and disappearing. The two martial artists were shocked and felt that Tang Xian's aura was completely different, as if she was a different person. Tang Xian opened her arms, closed her eyes, and breathed gently, as if she was embracing the whole sky. After a while, she said sternly, "To become the overlord of the world, it's useless to rely on a few wives and allies." What was an overlord? Only those who are strong can be the overlord. The two cultivators felt the surging intent coming from his body and were horrified, hurriedly replying, "Yes, young master is right." Tang Xian restrained her breath and said, "Let's go. Take me to the old man. You arranged this marriage for me without my consent. But I heard that Zhang Ruobing is as beautiful as a fairy, so I don't mind having a taste of her." The three of them flashed and disappeared into the sky. In the Red Moon City, there was a majestic main hall with 6 white jade pillars. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the pillars, as well as hundreds of beasts. The hall was shrouded in spiritual energy, and there were many figures standing tall. The man in the middle bowed and did not dare to raise his head for a long time. Beads of sweat seeped out of his white hair, and his breathing began to become uneven. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to be a little oppressive. Humph! Finally, someone couldn't help but say, "I won't say anything about Li Yunxiao and Qiu Mujia's overwhelming strength. I just find it strange that you managed to come back alive when the whole army was annihilated." The person who bowed was Fu Yichuan. Tang Qing's silence had long angered him. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and he said with a livid face, "If you have any doubts, you can ask the masters in the Sea of Soul Formation, Lord Yichuan. There is no need to be angry." Tang Qing's voice came slowly. "The operation this time can be said to have been implicated by the Sea of Soul Formation. If it weren't for Qiu Mujia's extraordinary strength, it would be more than enough to capture Yunxiao with the strength of my lord and our brothers. What a pity! Luo Tian and the other grandmasters are also seriously injured and have returned to their courtyards to recuperate. It's a pity that Lord Yong Tianyun died. I'm afraid the Sea of Soul Formation is going to hunt down Qiu Mujia." The person from before said, "Old master, what should we do now? Yunxiao must have come to Fengling City for young Master Tang Xian's wedding. Although we aren't afraid, if we were to be ruined by this brat in front of all the heroes in the world, we would really lose all our face." Tang Qing leisurely turned around and said, "Qiu Mujia has nothing to do with us. However, he has appeared near the Red Moon City. Moreover, his strength is heaven-defying, so we have to be on guard." As for Yunxiao, he was stunned. As for Li Yunxiao, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. The pupils of the people in the hall contracted as they looked out of the hall. A ray of white light flew over and landed in the center of the hall. 3 people appeared. The 2 martial artists behind him quickly knelt down and said, "Greetings to the old master. Greetings to all the lords." The leader of the group was dressed in fine clothes and had a calm expression. He smiled coldly and said, "If Li Yunxiao dares to come, it'll be exactly what I want." "Shiner." Tang Qing's face changed, and then she showed a look of great joy and said excitedly, "You've successfully come out of seclusion." This person was Tang Xian. She smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I am. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good." A rare smile appeared on Tang Qing's face, and she said good 3 times in a row. The excitement on her face almost made her lose her composure. The surrounding people were a little confused. He had just finished cultivating. Even if he had made some progress, he didn't have to be so happy. Many people turned their eyes to Tang Xian and only felt that his aura was really different from before. They even had a feeling that they couldn't see through him, which suddenly made everyone feel shocked. Tang Xian smiled. "I've just come out of seclusion. I was worried that no one would test my cultivation. If that Li Yunxiao dares to come, my wish will be fulfilled." After laughing, Tang Qing said, "Since you've come out of seclusion, you naturally don't have to be afraid of Li Yunxiao. But it's just a little awkward. There are too many rumors about Li Yunxiao. Although some of them are exaggerated, he is indeed a man with great strength. You'd better try not to get into a conflict with him. I'll arrange everything." Although Fu Yichuan was also surprised by Tang Xian's aura, he sneered in his heart. Yunxiao's strength was so strong that no one could suppress him except a peak martial supreme. Even 100 Tang Zins would die. Tang Xian's face showed displeasure and said, "Could it be that father doesn't have confidence in me? It's not a matter of confidence. But there can't be any mistakes in the wedding. You can be at ease and be the groom." Tang Xian wanted to say more, but seeing Tang Qing's determined look, she knew that she couldn't be stubborn, so she had to give up, her face full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Tang Qing's body moved slightly. He turned his palm and a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He frowned. His expression turned serious. I'm already aware of the matter. There will be follow-up arrangements. All of you may leave. Yes. Everyone looked at each other and knew that they could not stay any longer, so they left one after another. Tang Qing pondered for a moment and said, Tang Xian, you stay. Tang Xian stopped, turned around, and looked at her father with some doubts. It's time to let you know something. Follow me, said Tang Qing. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Xian was overjoyed and her eyes were filled with excitement. The two of them walked into the back of the hall one after another. They bent down the corridor and a well-arranged building appeared in front of them. Tang Qing lifted his feet and walked to a side hall, which was where he lived. Tang Xian followed closely behind. Xianer, do you still blame me? Tang Qing suddenly asked. Tang Xian's heart trembled and her expression changed slightly. No, I didn't, Tang Qing said. Although I supported the demon race in the matter of Songweiyang City, I didn't know that they were going to take the lives of the entire city to refine the profound level weapon. If I had known, I would not have let you fall into such a predicament. A gloomy expression appeared on Tang Xian's face, and her expression couldn't be seen. She just snorted. Tang Qing sighed and said, I know this matter must be a knot between you and my father, but I don't mind. I don't care if you hate me or blame me. I only care that you're not capable and that you've become a waste. But these things no longer exist. Tang Xian stopped and said, If I can't get out of seclusion smoothly, then... Tang Qing's eyes narrowed. He flicked his long sleeves and said bluntly, Then the person following behind me now is your big brother. Tang Xian's heart trembled. Although she knew the answer, her face still turned pale. If you don't have the strength, letting you stand in this position will only harm you, Tang Qing said leisurely. Tang Xian clenched her fists and said, I understand. The past is like a cloud and smoke. The fact is that you have allowed me to stand in this position, father. He smiled. It was a little late, but it wouldn't be less. Please continue to vote. It's good that you can think this way, Tang Qing nodded. You and Jierer are both very motivated, and all your efforts are in my eyes. But your achievements will definitely be greater than his, so I don't want you brothers to kill each other. I will find a chance to be honest with him and let him know his place. Tang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, It'd be best if that could be done. I won't care about the past. This is the breadth of mind and boldness that a hegemon of a generation should have, said Tang Qing with a smile. Come with me, I'll take you to see a very important person. Don't say anything later, just watch. Tang Xian nodded and the two went straight into the side hall. There was no one inside, and it looked a little gloomy. Tang Qing waved her hand, and a large number of runes flew out from her hand, restricting the surroundings at once. She seemed to be extremely careful. He then took out the jade pendant, crushed it and scattered it on the ground. Tang Xian's pupils shrank. At a glance, he could see that there were several layers of arrays on the ground. As the jade powder was immersed in it, it was activated and countless green lights surged. The figure of a man slowly appeared from the light. He had a dignified expression and said with dissatisfaction, Tang Qing, you've actually dawdled for so long. Tang Xian was shocked and looked over. The man looked very unfamiliar. She didn't know who he was, but he dared to criticize her father. The man's expression changed when he saw him. He said angrily, Who is this person? Tang Qing smiled. I was delayed by something. This person is my son, Tang Xian. Lord Wei Qing, you don't have to be suspicious. Wei Qing. Tang Xian pondered for a moment, and her face suddenly changed. She immediately understood who the person in front of her was. He seemed to suddenly realize that no wonder his father dared to cut off all means of retreat and take down Red Moon City in one fell swoop. It turned out that he had this lord behind him. His eyes couldn't help but become heated. Humph! Wei Qing's face was cold as he snorted. What? You plan to retire from the world and hand over the Red Moon City to this kid? Ha ha! Tang Qing laughed. I do see him as my successor. That's why I brought him here to meet you, sir. Humph! Wei Qing snorted. I'm not interested in your business. Now help me do two things. What has made Lord Wei Qing so anxious? Tang Qing frowned and asked. You know Li Yunxiao, right? Wei Qing asked with a serious face. I'm sure you know him. Tang Qing's expression changed slightly, and Tang Xian was also a little surprised. The two looked at each other and showed a puzzled look. Li Yunxiao has been wanted by the entire Red Moon City for a long time, said Tang Qing. Of course I know. This person is very important, Wei Qing said. I've specially sent Mad Hero to capture him. Just in case, I've also sent Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie to secretly watch him. Did you send Feng Zijie? Tang Qing asked in surprise. Yes, what's the matter? Wei Qing nodded. No wonder Crazy Jie and Li Yunxiao fought in Fengling City. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. A great battle? What's the result? Wei Qing's face darkened. Is Li Yunxiao still alive? My lord. Tang Qing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. It seems that you don't want Yunxiao to die, do you? Tang Qing, are you trying to get information from me? Wei Qing said coldly. I don't dare to. As for the result of their battle, it's still unknown. Tang Qing hurriedly replied. He immediately told her everything he knew. From Yunxiao and Qiu Mujie's battle in Fengling City to their teleportation, and then to the information Fuichuan had sent back, he told them everything in detail. Wei Qing's expression turned extremely unsightly. The people you and the Sea of Soul Formation sent out were almost completely annihilated? Humph, has the Red Moon City already weakened to this extent? You don't even have one or two capable experts? The people I sent were only to capture Li Yunxiao, Tang Qing said unhurriedly. But they were implicated by the Sea of Soul Formation and killed by Mad Hero. I didn't expect that Madman Jie was sent by you, and you didn't inform me in advance. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? I only asked him to capture Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing snorted coldly. Who knew he would cause trouble? Don't tell me that I have to inform you before sending people into the Red Moon City? Isn't Great Sect Master Tang Qing's time too cheap? All right, let's not talk about this matter, said Tang Qing. Why has Lord Wei Qing summoned me this time? Wei Qing said coldly. The matter should have happened because of this battle. The information you've received is probably wrong. What do you mean? Tang Qing's pupils shrank. Wei Qing said, on the surface, Feng Zijie is submissive to me, but in reality, he has long intended to betray me. That's why I sent Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie to secretly monitor him. And not long ago, their life tablets were shattered, and I lost contact with Crazy Jie. What? Tang Qing was shocked and cried out. Lord Xiao Xiao and Lord Huan Mie are peak 9-star martial emperor experts. How could their life tablets be broken? I also feel that this matter is very strange. In the entire eastern region, only your Red Moon City can do this. Wei Qing's face was cold. Are you suspecting that I did it, my lord? Tang Qing asked in a deep voice. Of course not, Wei Qing said. Doing this will do you no good. You're a smart person. Could it be that Mad Hero killed him? Tang Qing's heart moved. Wei Qing's face was gloomy and uncertain. He said, Feng Zijie is indeed very strong. But in my eyes, he's not strong enough to fight against two peak 9 stars martial sovereigns. Besides, we've lost contact with Feng Zijie. I'm afraid that there's another expert who's making a move. The situation you told me just now sounded too calm. It doesn't match the result of all three of them getting into trouble. But this matter was personally witnessed by a group of Soul Formation Realm Masters. Fuichuan wouldn't lie to me, Tang Qing said suspiciously. No matter what, help me find out the truth immediately. Yunxiao's whereabouts and the true murderer of Xiao Zhao's death. As for Crazy Jie, let the people of the Sea of Soul Formation take care of him. What's the matter? Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Does my lord want to kill the donkey when the grinding is done? I don't like this term, Wei Qing said coldly. If you don't know how to use it, why don't I find a private teacher to teach you? Tang Qing smiled and said, It's human nature to work together if there's an advantage and separate if there's no advantage. It shouldn't be difficult to find Xianxia's whereabouts, but I'm afraid I can't find the murderer who killed Lord Xiao and Lord Huanmie. Do your best for these two matters. I'll make other arrangements. Wei Qing said in a deep voice. And, Li Yunxiao, don't hurt him. I want him alive. The Red Moon City will do its best to complete the task given by the Lord. Tang Qing nodded and said. Wei Qing snorted and his figure disappeared into the light screen. How is it, Xianxia? Tang Qing turned around and smiled. Tang Xianxia's face was covered with a layer of haze and she said coldly, Isn't this Wei Qing a little too arrogant? Although they are famous in the holy region, they don't have the right to order us around like subordinates. Tang Qing nodded and said, If it wasn't for Wei Qing, it would have been very difficult for me to take down the city lord of Red Moon City. And he also needed a controllable Red Moon City, which was why they agreed. Although we're in an alliance, there are still primary and secondary matters in an alliance. Moreover, compared to his reliance on Red Moon City, I need to rely on him more. I understand, Tang Xian said. One day, I'll make the Red Moon City and these people really be on equal footing. He should have this kind of spirit, Tang Qing praised. The world's overlord was to dominate a region and not be restrained by anyone. The current Red Moon City is far worse than the other 6 sects. The most important thing is not that the Red Moon City has experienced many twists and turns, and the overall strength has been greatly reduced. But Father's strength is far worse than the other 6 sect masters. He was a little dejected. Don't be sad, Father, Tang Xian hurriedly said. We'll catch up with the other 6 sects sooner or later. Tang Qing shook his head with a wry smile and said, You don't have to comfort me. This is the peak of my life. I have no regrets if I can help the 4 extreme sects stabilize in Red Moon City. If the Red Moon City wants to regain its glory, it will have to rely on you. He patted Tang Xian's shoulder, and Tang Xian felt a warm stream flowing in her heart, full of strength. Fortunately, you didn't let me down. But you must remember that no one can be relied on, Tang Qing praised. You can only rely on yourself for everything. Tang Xian nodded cautiously and said, I won't let you down, Father. At this moment, in a row of exquisite courtyards in the Red Moon City, Luo Tian and the others returned, but they looked dejected and listless. The maidservants arranged by the Red Moon City to serve them were all carefully serving them, not daring to make a sound. Yu Shengfeng and the others had disguised themselves as the dead, so these maidservants couldn't tell. Seeing that Yu Shengfeng did not give any instructions, everyone went back to their rooms to recuperate. Yun Xiao and Qiu Mujie also returned to their own rooms. Bo Yuqing was stopped by Nie Shengfeng and entered the secret room with him. Bo Yuqing's face was a little pale. Looking at Chu Shengfeng's back, his eyes were filled with guilt, and he didn't dare to say a word. After a while, it was Yu Shengfeng who spoke. All these years, you've also suffered from the Agarine. You've finally gotten what you deserve. Bo Yuqing's body trembled as 2 lines of tears fell. Speechless. All right, since I didn't kill you, I've forgiven you. I can see that you've already become blind. If you don't receive treatment, I'm afraid you'll die under the Agarine, Yu Shengfeng said coldly. Save me, Master, Bo Yuqing said with a trembling voice. Does Master have a way to save me? Nonsense, Yu Shengfeng said. Your master's lineage was inherited from demonic servants. Who in the world knows more about the Rainbow Twin Stones than your master? Humph. Do you really think that I fell into your trap back then? Bo Yuqing's body trembled, his face full of horror. A thought he had never had before instantly surged into his mind. Yu Shengfeng sneered and said, If I didn't set this up on purpose, do you think Lu Zongzi can hurt me so easily? However, I never thought that he would hide his strength so deeply that even I didn't notice it at all. That's why I failed at the critical moment and almost regretted it for the rest of my life. And what disappoints me the most is that you actually attacked together with him. It really disappoints your master. It's going to be after 12 o'clock. Continue typing.